thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Today we've traveled all the way from Accra to Ekumfi in the central region. We are here to tour the farmland and also visit the factory to see how your favorite eku juice is processed for exportation and for your perusal. Now, how is the Ekumfi factory faring under government 1D, 1F? How is the exportation of eku juice been so far? Come with me as we explore and also answer these questions and many more.
This is our Aubrey site. As you can see here, we work every day, we keep planting every day. So this is far greater than what you saw the last time you came here. We're just around this side, which was quite big. But now see, we go up to the other end because of our capacity for production and then what the future of this company is. I'm sure you know that we are hitting the markets in America in the course of the year, and then we need to grow so much. So that's what we are doing here. We plan doing around 1,200 acres. Okay, so as you see, we keep expanding every day. So if you ask me where we are today, I may not be able to give it because we keep working every day. On this site. On this side, but there are many other sites. So from here we are getting onto, because we acquired land in the area and then we work on it as the days come by. So from here we're going to, these are some of our large farms. Okay, we have about 5 of these and then 1 in preparation at the moment. So we are working on that. In all, if we are working comfortably with 6,000 acres, we are good to go. But we are looking at going up to 12,000 so that we have a certain buffer. We are delivering to Ghana, but people call us and say we can't find it. It is because what we are delivering is not just juice that you're going to get water, sugar, and all of that as juice. So if you have demand, you just have to push it. For us, we cannot push. This is what we have. We grow 14 months time. It becomes fruit, ripe fruit. We take it to the factory. We press it into juice, and that is what it is, with no water, nothing. So I mean, this is a premium product, and that's why we are stepping out there. We have 3 planting schemes. So the first one is what we have even deviated from the traditional outgrower scheme because it has some challenges. So what we have is a shared grower scheme where with people in the community we do the farms, and then there's a scheme to keep them as workers. In that same scheme they are outgrowers, and another scheme they are owners. So we call it a shared grower. It's a deviation from the outgrower, although it has the tenants in it, but it is modeled around the traditional booster system. So they take a third, we take a third goes for the practices that we do here. So that is one scheme. The second scheme is where an independent person says, I want to grow. Because of the capacity of our machinery, we are not into 10 acres, 20 acres, we're into large. Okay, because our production capacity is 10 tons per hour. If I say 10 tons, I mean 4 acres of planted pineapple in an hour. So if you give me, say I have 20 acres, that's like my 1 day production, or even less. So, okay. So where independent people have large scale investment in pineapple production. But it doesn't just happen, because we also keep a certain policy where we're not just buying pineapples. Because we're just squeezing these pineapples, adding nothing, but just squeezing them and then taking them through our processing into the box. We want to be sure which pineapples we are processing. Okay, so the large scale, that's the second scheme, where an independent person says, I can do 50 acres, I can do 80 acres, I can do whatever. Then we come in and have an agreement with you, and we control your practices so that we are sure of the kind of fruit you are bringing. So that's the second scheme, where independent large-scale producers will also come and link with us. And then there's what we see here, that is the factory itself generating these fruits. So where we'll be visiting today are our factory-owned farms. Our company is called Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited. What the meaning is in the name. So we deal with various fruits. Okay, and so we do various juices. I mean the mixes. We are doing pineapples because if you want to do juice, we'll come there. So we're doing pineapples because of the fact that pineapples grow every day. They are not seasonal, so they are all year round. So that's our base, but we have the others. So here on our farms, there are 3 varieties of pineapples that you know, and we grow all here. In fact, we've added a 4th. So we are doing the smooth cayenne. There's the smooth cayenne. That is the abrobe, the Ghana known abrobe. When I was a kid, they call abrobe. It is white. It has this pores inside and all of that. It's bottle. It is bottle shaped, etc. That's the sweet, sugarloaf. You know, it has its properties. Along the line came smooth cayenne. That is bulky. That is yellow. So you can see that yellow color. It is sweet, but not as sweet as the sugar. We do that here because you know we are doing mixes. In fact, I will not give you the kind of ratios we're using, but at least they come with their individual properties. So sugarloaf will come with the sweetness. Smooth cayenne is bigger. The bigger, the juicier. So it gives us more juice. And then there's MD2, which is also in the market. So we're growing that one here. We are trying another variety called the Queen Victoria. That one is smaller, but you know, as the name implies, it used to when it came up in the time of the Queen. So it was called the Queen of Pineapples. It is small but very expensive. We grow that one as well here. And so those mixes make the eco juice that you drink, and that's what we grow here. But beyond this one, we also grow watermelons here because we have the land here. So anytime we plant our pineapples, before they come up to be full grown like this, we would have grown our watermelon and harvested them even before the pineapples take over like we have. And the other lengths to get citrus from Asebu. So I'm sure from here we will look at the Asebu project as well. We are getting ginger and all of that. So there's a wide opportunity for people to come in.
While we toured the Obri, Ekumfi Sado and Ekumfi Edumafa farmlands, we met the Director of Agronomy, Baini Isaiah Kankam, and this is what he told the news team.
We harvest from the farm. We take the cows out, then we load it into the car, then we send it to the factory for processing. So here, because we are not with out, no, the machine cannot take this one. So we have to, normally we call it decrowning. You do that so that the fruit can be washed in the basin so that the machine can crash. You know, we are not doing hand peeling. When you get there, you see it. So it's properly washed, then clean before it enter into the crusher. So basically, every week we do production. So this week we are sending 250,000 fruit to the factory. So we have these 2 cars. There's one also loading at other side. So this one, this morning, this is what we are doing now.
We finally arrived at the factory, and since it's a food produce, one needs to be properly dressed. The news team were tasked to take off all earrings, watches, bracelets, and necklaces. We were also given headgears, and the men in the team were given nose masks to cover their beards. Rubber to cover our feet were also given to us. The Director of Operations at Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited, Frederick Kobina Aqua, was our tour guide for the day.
Today we'll be seeing our processing. It's going to be a very short trip. Right. So I will thank you. Brushes with water, and as the pineapples fight against each other, the brushes are washing them, and then from here they go up to the extractor. an overload, that's why the machine automatically stops. If we are doing ginger, we mill the ginger and add to the extraction. If we are doing citrus, we add it up here. If we are doing watermelon, we add it up here. So you can see this is citrus and tropical fruit processing. It is a poly fruit, and poly means many. Right.
So as I told you earlier, from the farm we came straight to the factory, and as you can see right behind me, they are processing the fruit. So first they wash the fruit, like it's automatically done. They wash the fruit, then it goes through the process, through the machine, and then we get the fruit juice that comes out already made.
Here we come to these receiving tanks, but you realize that the juice will be going into opaque boxes on which you write shake well, etc. But how well, you don't know. So we have invested in a system called a homogenizer. What the homogenizer does is that it is a mechanical process that shakes the juice such that it sits down for 1 year. There's still no separation. Unlike you would have typically of the fruit, the pineapple juice in a bottle where you see that you see a certain particle down and water up. So that one is gone. From here, we come from the homogenizer, we come to this one, which is a preheat. Preheat because we have harvested from the farm this morning. It has come into water regulation here. It has gone through extraction. You are taking it to the UHT, and the UHT will take it up to 125 degrees. You don't want the juice to still experience some shock. We are treating the juice like a human being. So before you take it to so much heat, you have to prepare it so that it is conscious of some heat coming. So it goes through preheat. From preheat, it goes to the pasteurizer, where we do the UHT. From UHT, there's a chiller system on it. So by the time it leaves here, there will already be water drizzling because it is chilled. Okay, and from here, it goes straight into filling. That's our parking line. That's what we do. Once the machine stops and it has to start, there's a calibration. So it calibrates to leave some. So that's why we have here. And then it begins like this. Okay. So that's your super premium Epuvi pure juice. And then from here, I did not know that you need a straw. Take out the straw.
How many people do work here?
So typically in the factory, we have about 75 people working in the factory. But then many of the jobs we have are downstream on the farms, where, as you saw, all those light trucks, they are human beings that do them. Yes.
So in all, both direct and indirect?
Okay, so we are in the thousands, but because we keep shifting, I don't want to be giving figures. Yeah. Yes. We keep it depend on what work we are doing at what time. But we run in the thousands.
Okay. So earlier it was reported that the place had been temporarily closed.
It has never been so. So it has never been so. Sometimes I wonder why people will only want to, but it becomes news when somebody says it's not working. Okay. So as you saw from the farm, every production is triggered by the agronomy team. So when the fruits are ripe and makes economic sense to do, it will trigger production. So like if I grow 1,000 fruits today, I expect 1,000 1 year or 14 months from today. But it might not exactly happen that way. So they trigger it. So there are times there will be harvest or there will be ripe fruits. But we'll say, you know what, we can't work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and be doing. Sometimes we need to aggregate and run maybe 4 days in a week in a row. So somebody comes in a day that you are not running and is already out there, they are not working. I don't get it.
So how far with the exportation of the eco juice?
Yeah, sure. So your premium quality eco juice has hit the stands in the US as we speak. We are working to begin full-scale export in the course of the year. We're working at the UK, we're working at Dubai as we speak.
So today we've gone through the entire process that Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited go through to produce the tasty fruit juices that we enjoy on the market. Don't hesitate to buy from them because it is a Ghanaian-owned company. Reporting for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, my name is Ernestina Sewa Asante, and Biz Headlines is right next after the show.
Hello and welcome to Biz Headlines with me, Mauli Aholimega, right here on GhanaWeb TV. Now let's get straight into our stories for the week. Dr. Kiso Atoforsen has hinted that about 17 banks are at risk due to government's domestic debt exchange program. Dr. Atoforsen noted this is according to a report by the Bank of Ghana. After the government announced its decision to exchange domestic debts, questions have been raised about the viability of banks and how they were going to survive, since most banks were engaged in government business. Dr. Atoforsen said the debt exchange program has shown that government is looking to transfer its bankruptcy to the private sector. Minister of Finance Ken Ofori-Atta has said Ghana's bilateral mission to China has been postponed to somewhere in March this year. According to him, the postponement is due to the National People's Congress of China, which is expected to take place earlier in March this year. He made this known when he held bilateral talks with the German Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mrs. Sevinger Schulz, in Accra. The Finance Minister, however, said bilateral talks with China will continue ahead of this important mission. The government of Ghana has started to actively engage external debt. The government of Ghana has started to actively engage external debtors with the view of getting debt cancellation, especially from the Paris Club of Creditors. Now let's move on to the telecom sector, where Telecel Group has announced that it has completed an agreement to acquire 70% in majority shares in Vodafone Ghana. This is the most recent major change for the Ghanaian telecoms company since 2008, when Vodafone Group PLC purchased a controlling stake in GTCL and established Vodafone Ghana. Telecel is an African-focused telecommunications company with a brand founded in 1986, operating primarily in Africa and converging telecom with fintech, e-commerce, and tech startups. The completion of the agreement to acquire Vodafone Ghana by Telecel Group presents an opportunity for further innovation and continued delivery of unparalleled service to Ghanaians. Let's stay on the domestic front, where Fitch has downgraded Ghana yet again after the country missed on its important coupon payment as part of its Eurobond. The development comes after the government missed the grace period to make a 40.6 million coupon payment on its 1 billion 2026 Eurobond. Due to the current economic challenges in the country, Ghana has suspended making payments on external debt components. The latest verdict by Fitch comes after Ghana's local debt rating was downgraded to restricted default on February 14, 2023. Now let's move on to Parliament, where the Appointment Committee of the House has been vetting a number of nominees selected by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Deputy Minister Designate for Trade and Industry, Dr. Stephen Amoah, has stated that taking a salary cut will not pose a problem to him once the minority leader of the House, Dr. Kiso Atoforsen, does the same. According to him, he was ready to take up the charge if need be.
Chairman, I think I said something here. My knowledgeable Dr. Atoforsen and I, the only difference is the height. So the way we are brothers, if he sees me on the corridor and he says, "Brother, let's cut," and he cut his, I'll cut mine.
Can you consider rejecting or refusing the appointment of the president as a contribution to Ghana's current problem?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that Article 78 mandates the president with approval of the parliament to do as such. I don't think if I'm asked to serve this country, I'll deny the good people of Inshiayeso and this country by doing that. Thank you, sir.
Now let's move on to the case involving Beige Bank Limited, where a witness has accused the former CEO of the bank of siphoning customers' funds. A chartered accountant with KPMG, Julius Aivo, who is currently on secondment to the office of the receiver of the defunct Beige Bank Limited, has testified that reviews conducted into the affairs of the defunct bank identified a number of transactions that were suspicious and unusual in nature. According to Mr. Aivo, former CEO of Beige Bank, Mike Ninaku, said the suspicious and unusual transactions involved the siphoning of funds that had been deposited by customers of the defunct bank by the former CEO to himself and companies related to him. This, he said, caused the government of Ghana to settle the affected customers with taxpayers' money following the collapse of the bank. He made the allegation when he testified in court as part of the trial. Now let's move on to the technology space, where an engineer and inventor is advocating for increased investment in Ghana's technology space to propel development and create jobs. According to him, this investment in the sector will ensure Ghana can take advantage of emerging trends to create jobs, especially among the youth. Speaking in an interview with GhanaWeb Business on the sidelines of the Tech Job Fair in Accra, Professor Fred Magbon-Lori, who is also the president of the Academic City University College, said technology can be leveraged on to propel the country's national development plan.
We all know where India is today is because of the tech industry. Some of the biggest billionaires in the world are tech entrepreneurs from India. So I think we need to take advantage of the fact that with new technological advances, people can actually sit here and work for companies anywhere else in the world, right? So we need to have some entrepreneurship funding to support young adults who have ideas that they want to launch. But we also need to figure out how technology itself is an integral part of our national development plans. So in our Greek sector, we've heard what are the policies again? The plan for food. What is one district, one factory? What are the impacts? What kind of impact can technology bring to this sector? Whether you are talking about using drones to inspect farms, to spray farms, for insecticide, among other things. So I think we just have to, we have a national ICT policy, but we need to deploy it. We need to realize it. So I think there's a part for government, and there's also the part for the private sector, that we need to make sure that these kids are getting access to internships while they are still on campus, so that they'll be job ready.
That's all for this week's edition of Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. But before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholimega. Do have a lovely weekend.
Don't believe that they can use the 55 million to build 12,000 units.
It was never true yesterday. It can be true today. It will never be true tomorrow. $55 million cannot get us 12,000 affordable housing units. Easy way out. Massa, make sure that you finish Saglemi. And that is why you are leaders and the others are followers. Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a chop bar. It's not a restaurant, a chop bar. Are we sitting down to see Saglemi also die like all those properties of the nation? We gave them the people. They are living on our proxy. They dare not sell Saglemi.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Ajato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang pine, be a want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance while Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Ajato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang pine, be a want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance while Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so
profitable. Resume promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars. For the first transaction, we just send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. Are we sitting down to see Saglemi also die like all those properties of the nation?
In the last edition of the Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV, we had an interesting conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and the Tenants Union of Ghana regarding the acute housing deficit in the country. Today, we continue on the same trajectory, except I speak to a group of young men and a group that says it is called Team Saglemi, not for sale. The team says it is opposed to the government's decision to privatize and sell off the Saglemi housing project, which was started in 2012 by the government. The government says that due to inadequate funding, it wants to privatize the housing project. Is it such a bad idea? And why is the group opposed to the decision? My name is Daniel Ojo. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest is Nana Otu Dako, who is a member of the Team Saglemi, not for sale. Good day, sir, and welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're wearing your beret.
Exactly.
Usually, that's what the comrades wear.
Yes.
Are you a comrade?
Like you are.
But tell us, what's your position regarding Team Saglemi, not for sale? What's your official role in the group?
Thank you so much for having me. Except to add, GhanaWeb is a delight to work with. You know, you have been engaging our minds a lot of times, and I personally have had several encounters, you know, picking information from GhanaWeb. So thank you so much for
the kind words
you're doing for this country. But let me build this foundation with the greatest of respect, and with your permission, I want to go into what the 1992 Constitution says, and specifically, I want to touch on Chapter 6. Which talks about the directive principles of state policy. Maybe Article 36(1), and at the tail end I'll be doing 41H. 36(1) says, the state shall take care, take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to secure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of everybody. So it means that we have a stake in making sure that at least we put whatever the state does into proper perspective, but it shouldn't be injurious to the social political health of the nation. Let's do 41H that says we have a stake to defend Ghana and render national service when necessary. There's even a part that says that whatever any government has done, successive government will have to build upon it. And that brings me to the question you ask, that what is our position? We are making sure that the spirit and the letters of this Constitution is lived to the latter. In that, as individuals, as leaders of now, whatever successive government have done, we build upon it. Government stake is to make sure that affordable houses are built so that the good people of this country will have, you know, a fair place to place their head. Has government done enough? In 2006, historically, analysis shows that former President J.A. Kufuor began with some 687 affordable housing units. As it were, the next government that came, which was Atamo's government, failed, that it let it to rot. I personally visited Aija Zongo, saw some of the buildings that were erected by the former president. Unfortunately, because it was not part of their agenda, you know, they also began some 200,000 affordable housing units, you know, belonging to some STL deal. Until John Dramani Mahama also ascended the reins of leadership. And because we lack a long-term policy national plan, he also contracted, with approval of Parliament, some $200 million loan from Suisse Credit. And they gave the contract to a company called Constitura OS to begin with some 200,000 affordable, I beg your pardon, some 5,000 affordable housing unit, about $200 million. And initially, they wanted to start with 10,000, but reduced to, 5,000. But record shows that by the time they left office, they were able to build 1,506. We thought that government would have finished this project and handed it over to the people, especially why the reasons why that very land was given was to help erect affordable housing and to help especially the security forces, in this case the military, to have comfortability, as in where they'll place their head and all those ones. So if government should tell me that they do not have money to continue the project, that they are cash strapped, and as a result of financial bankruptcy, they will want to sell the project off to a private individual. Ask yourself, brother, when did affordability becomes a friendly word to a private-oriented businessman? Of course, they are into business to make profit. And even if we do a quick extrapolations, that the $200 million, assuming that they were even building the earlier proposed 10,000 housing unit, that would mean that they will sell every flat about $20,000, which is about 2.4 billion cedis, if like 240,000 new Ghana cedi. And that if they were able to finish 1,506, the new extrapolations will be that every flat will be sold for at least $40,000. So in the first place, it's not even that affordable.
Yes.
So that is even government selling. So if it is given to a private entity, mathematically, how is it going to be affordable? So if government should say that they want private, entities to come in and take over, we think that with all due respect, they have not been fair to the good people of this country and the Saglemi township and the Nime and Name in Saglemi for giving them that very land for projection of affordability. So in the first place, they are defeating the very objective and purpose for which that land was secured, which is building affordable housing units. So we are not agreeing, and that has been our position, because we think that government should rather go for loans, if they need be, to finish the Saglemi and hand it over to the people.
But Nana, you do admit that the country is going through a lot of economic challenges. It has taken 11 years since the project was started in 2012, and there's no signs to show that this government or the government before it would complete it. Wouldn't it be prudent to see the vision of this private developer before you begin to oppose the idea? Because you are thinking that because it's a private developer, obviously it's going to be sold at a high price, and the ordinary and average Ghanaian will not be able to afford it. But that's a guesswork that you are making without really sitting with the private developer to see whether indeed this is going to be affordable and be, if you like, a continuation of the policy by the government to make it affordable for the ordinary Ghanaian?
Fantastic question. But to start with, let me say that we have so many people who have been sentenced into several prisons. And most often than not, it's not as if that they are guilty, but because they couldn't handle their case well, even though they are innocent, based on the prima facie argument that were advanced in court. Today they are fined behind bars. Okay. Now, what argument am I putting? Government may even have a case. But sometimes the approach, if government was telling us that based on the fact that we are reaching financial bankruptcy and that we will not be able to finish, because then the last time we visited the minister, he told us that to finish this new project and give it over to Ghanaians, that will mean we need about some $149 million. So if government, in
addition to the 200 million that has already been sunk into it.
Yes, so that's why they want to begin a new one at Amasaman. And that brings me as a solution to the question that you're asking. So government could have pegged it, that this is what we want to do based on that germane reasons we are given. But not when you want to sell off this affordable housing unit and begin new one to your credit.
Okay, so you think it's a political game?
Beyond it being a political game, we look at the substance of the matter, the available evidence in hand. And the available evidence in hand is that if you should visit Amasaman right now, they've started some minimal work at the Amasaman. at a time when the minister says that they've not even engaged the so-called private developer who is going to take charge of the place. They've started some work. They tell us that they have not approved the funds that are supposed to be injected in the new work. So who approved the new funds that have, energized them to start that minimal work? So the point I am making is that government cannot tell me that they are selling off Saglemi because they are cash trap, and at the same time
building a new project.
Build a new project with some new resources. If government have any money, they should use that money
to complete
some few they can, so that when that is completed, they will sell it and make sure that the others are completed.
But you do know that the Saglemi issue is also a contentious issue in court, because the former minister Atacha had said that some mismanagement and misappropriation of funds happened under the NDC administration, and they were trying to reconcile the figures, and so that matter is still in court. Don't you think that that could be a reason why they do not want to put in money to complete the Saglemi project?
I think that you have even put the matter into proper perspective. Reasonably, why do you sell a subject matter that is being contested in court? So when court finishes its proceedings, proceedings, I should say, and comes out with a verdict that what is his name? The then minister of Collins Dawda, because then he is the victim of circumstance now. If government should say that Collins Dawda, is culpable or misappropriated the funds that were given to him, and so he should be arrested or whatever, and Saglemi by that time is sold, what will be the evidence that will be tendered in court? By then the private developer would have developed afar. And so the state at which Collins Dawda may have left the affordable housing unit cannot be the same exhibit that will be tendered in court. So the point is that it is even in court. So you would have waited until the court comes out with its final submissions, verdict. Then we can say that this is the true position of the court. So henceforth, this is the directive of the court. But you see, in as much as I believe in some justices in our country, I don't even believe wholly in our justice system. And as youth and as leaders of now, because we are not leaders of future, we are leaders of now, we need to take a keen interest in how our court is reconfigured. Our judges and judiciary is reconfigured. You can't have a situation when a certain president keeps packing the court and journalists are silent. The president keeps packing the court and the Chief Justice smiles. The president keeps packing the court and Parliament hasn't called anybody. The president keeps packing the court. And that there's no cap ceiling to how many people should be called to be Supreme Court justices, justices of the appellate courts, resonating through all the other court ranks and so forth and so on. So chances are that on this matter, because it is government position to want to sell Saglemi, I'm not saying, because that would be prejudice to conclude that will be a determination of the court, or that will be the verdict the court will come out with. But based on some precedent, a historical antecedent, you understand, I can conclude without any fallacy or hasty generalization that chances are that if this matter should even finish in courts, the government can even be given the go-ahead to sell Saglemi. By then, where will we be standing? We have sold almost all the very important things in our nation. Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. We have sold the Black Star Line. We have sold Ghana's drill ship. Almost all the important is Ghana Telecom is now Vodafone and whatnot. Are we sitting down to see Saglemi also die like all those properties of the nation? Now, what has the government added to the facilities already built, especially at a time when there's a 1.8 million housing deficit in our nation? So, my brother, we are not leaving this to chance at all. And this is not the normal MPP NDC youth matter. They go behind MPP, they go behind this, and the matter die on the way. No, they can't sell Saglemi. Not because they don't have the authority, but because Article 1, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution says that sovereignty lies in the people. Power emanates from the people. We are the people. We gave them the people. They are living on our proxy. They dare not sell Saglemi. They will sell it even to themselves.
If you just tune in, this is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I'm here with Nana Utu Dako. Nana, are you a president of their group?
I call it another group. I'm the lead convener.
Okay, so Nana Utu Dako is the lead convener of a group of people calling themselves Team Saglemi not for sale.
Exactly.
They are opposed to the government's decision to sell the Saglemi housing project to a private developer. We're going for a break. When we return, we'll continue the conversation with Nana Otuda. Stay with us. We're back after the break. Yeah, welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown with me, Daniel Ojo. I'm having an interesting conversation about housing again. Last week, if you tune in, you realize that we had a conversation with the Rent Control Department and the Tenant Union of Ghana about the housing deficit in the country and the need for the country to have a proper roadmap in terms of how they are going to fix and solve that critical need of the citizenry. Government has decided to sell off the Saglemi housing project to a private developer, and a group calling itself Team Saglemi Not for Sale is opposed to that idea. Nana Otuda is the lead convener. He's been my guest the last several minutes. Nana, you want Ghanaians to have a place to lay their heads.
Exactly.
How do you care in what form and shape it comes, whether it's a private developer, whether it's from government? Why do you care that it should come from the government? Government has proven over the years that it's really incompetent in terms of the housing issue. The likes of SNET, the likes of Greta, they've done some amazing work in terms of, building a lot of these housing units. Why can't a private developer help in that regard?
So I think that your question will help us clear the doubts, if like ambiguity, of somebody thinking that we are against any private developer making ends meet. Of course. We also have family members who may have entered into other fields of endeavors, maybe including but not limited to real estate.
Right.
So that if this private developer seeking to buy Saglemi, for instance, is my uncle, somebody will say that, wouldn't you be joyous that, the proceeds definitely will come home to take care, of the family and all those ones. So the argument must first be drawn and put on record that Team Saglemi in its entirety is not against the progress of any and every private developer, especially when most of these private developers are Ghanaians. Of course, when they get the returns, it will not be repatriated, to be used in engaging, if like companies that will give even jobs to the youth and all those ones. Only that we are against a certain principle that is being broken. And I earlier indicated that the foundation of contracting that $200 million loan was to build affordable housing unit. And premium, my brother, must be placed on the word affordability.
Even that is subjective. Many have said that it was not going to be affordable anyway.
Exactly. So I did the maths that even if government is selling, it's not too affordable.
Yes.
So when a private-oriented businessman comes in, won't it even defeat the purpose the more?
Maybe government is willing to write off half of the loan and said, okay, we are going to take 100 million instead of the 200 million we invested into. So the investor...
The loan that we have contracted, that we are paying interest already?
It's a bad debt. It's bad debt. Sometimes you do business
like
and
you are going to
bad.
China to cancel your debt.
Exactly.
As if they did not fight for their own...
Exactly. Maybe that's the arrangement.
No, so those are assumptions. Those are assumptions that we can make. But I think that we will belabor the point if we conclude that maybe we are against some private developers somewhere or not. But what we are against is that, or if like what we are for is that government contracted a loan for a purpose.
Yeah.
Because if the foundation was not built on affordability, chances are that Parliament wouldn't have approved the loan.
Yeah, that I agree.
So
maybe, and chances are that the chiefs would not have given the
exactly.
Land.
So Parliament approved the loans based on that purpose. We can even say that we have contracted the loans.
Yeah,
the interest will be borne by the ordinary citizens of this nation.
Right.
And that we are deciding that we are giving the whole affordable housing unit to the military or to the security services. They protect us in this nation. That they should not even pay a dime, or if like as mortgages.
Yeah.
We may lose in the short run, but in the long run, it will help us.
Okay.
So we must rather venture into a more productive arena than just wanting the easy side of life almost all the time. It's difficult. There are challenges with Saglemi. Obasanjo of Nigeria, former president said, I think he intimated the point that if there were no challenges or problems, they will not call you as a government to lead a crusade.
Okay.
Because there are challenges, and because there will be challenges,
Mm-hmm.
and that we need solutions to the long-standing problems of our country. That is why we got in long queue to elect you, in making sure that you get solutions to our problems. You don't come and rehearse or re-echo our problems to us, that there are challenges with Saglemi, and that is why you want to say, easy way out. Massa, make sure that you finish Saglemi, and that is why you are leaders and the others are followers.
Okay.
You need to develop your thinking faculties at think tanks. Look at other, like awareness that will help you secure some funds in making sure that that dreams becomes a reality.
Okay.
So, brother, we must also focus on one thing, which has to do with protecting heritage. Let me tell you this. Do you know why we are here? We are here because for long, the current generation have been treating the natural resources and the state properties and assets as their bona fide property. They think it's somewhat a heritage bequeathed onto them by the previous generation. So they sell the gold out without thinking, and that is why we have 5% out of the gold proceeds. They sell our oil out without thinking, and that's why we have only 13% of our oil proceeds. The timber, the cocoa, the least said about them, the better. Why? This is our property. All the resources underground is our property. So when we sell them off and we're able to use the money now, that is fine. But what they forget quickly, that they are rather custodians of the natural resources beneath, holding as custodians in trust of an unseen generation. So until we have a new mentality, give birth to a new mentality of holding all these properties, all these natural resources ahead of an unseen time, we will always get to this challenge.
Okay.
So, bro, we are thinking of a future. We are not selling Saglemi also because we want to protect it for a generation that will not be homeless.
Okay.
We want to protect it for some street children somewhere. We want to protect it for the multiplying number of kayayis on the street.
Okay.
We want to protect Saglemi so that our children's children will come and say that our forebears gave them property. They did not sell it off, but they held it in trust for our coming.
Okay. So Nana, have you engaged the minister? What has been his response, and what are you going to do next?
We began with some media interviews prior to the press briefing, and along the line, the minister called.
Okay.
That was before the Saglemi. In fact, I'm told he's called again after the Saglemi, but I've not had a chance to speak to him following there. So he called earlier that he wanted to meet us, that probably we don't even understand the issues.
Yeah.
Now, we gave him the benefit of the doubt, went to the House, Minister of Works and Housing, and met with him with an entourage of an expert team of some directors, I think including the chief director.
Okay.
They made their point, and of course, they fell on the same issue, that government is cash strapped, they can't get $1.9 million, and that they want to use $55 million rather in building some 12,000 affordable housing units at Amasame. Now, on the face value, you may want to support them, because if $200 million will give us just 1,500 housing units, then why don't we support the government? Because after all, only $55 million is giving us not 5,000 housing units, 12,000 housing units.
Okay.
It will interest you to know that in the course of our discussion, we realized that $55 million is just a chicken change that falls short of some 40% of the total amount of money needed to start and finish the project. And that even accounts for the role that government is supposed to play, which includes the provision of the land.
Okay.
So even if we do the mathematics, let's assume the land, should quantify it to be like $15 million. Take the $50 million or $20 million from the $55 million. You'll be left with some $30 million. Are you telling me that you can begin and end 12,000 housing units with $30 million?
Maybe there are small moderate, local.
No, of the same standard.
Okay.
Of the same standard.
Maybe they will use a lot more local input.
At this time, when the dollar is now 12, you see, Saglemi, na dollar is saying 4. And $200 million could give us 1,500 housing.
Maybe it was inflated, but so you don't believe that they can use the $55 million to build 12,000 units?
It was never true yesterday. It can be true today, it will never be true tomorrow. $55 million cannot get us 12,000 affordable housing units.
Okay.
It's not enough just to build the flats. You need to construct the roads. You need to give water. Electricity must be taken into account. Street lights, so forth and so on. You must design the place to give it a serene atmosphere for people to occupy.
So you don't believe them from the beginning?
It's not even true. It's not possible. Okay. And the minister himself knows that they cannot use $55 million in finishing 12,000 affordable housing. So it was after my producer, he produces me on TV, Fugu, asked further that, are you saying that the $55 million is to build 12,000 housing? That he explained, gave proper explanations that no, the $55 million is supposed to be what government,
government commitment.
Government commitment. Okay. At a time where you don't even know who the private developer is. How much is the total project going to cost? They say they don't know.
So that 12,000 units is also going to be in partnership with the private developer?
Yes.
Okay.
So 60% will be from the private developer, and government will take
40%.
Yes, 40%.
Okay.
So we believe that going forward, maybe we must have a different trajectory, put this matter on a different wheel. Because when we further consulted and engaged the minister, like you asked me, I've been able to consult the minister. He tried, as a politician, he will want to convince you,
of course,
in making sure that you buy into the idea. But he is in for his government. It is our government, but maybe for his political party that brought the government. And we are supposed to be the gatekeepers of the nation. We are supposed to put that minister in check because we pay him. The house he sleeps in, we gave him. We gave him everything that makes him comfortable.
Have you had people accuse you that you are doing this for the for the NDC? You are doing the bidding of the NDC.
We don't care. That is what they have done in the past, and they have silenced
journalists. So that has happened. People have told you that you are doing a bidding of the NDC.
Not yet, but they will say it.
Okay.
But do you care?
No.
Let me tell you, whatever you say or do will either exonerate one party or hurt the other. When it exonerates NDC, you are against MPP. But if it goes against NDC, they will tell you you are for the other parties, so forth and so on. And that is why journalists have been neutral for so long a time, that our nation is being destroyed. I am not a neutral journalist. I don't want to be a neutral journalist. Neutrality is not in my dictionary. I am that kind of journalist that add my weight to the truth. Whether it affects NDC positively or it affects them negatively, and the vice versa is true. So yes, let them say, let them talk, but posterity will be the greatest judge. Me, NDC atade de mashade da, and MPP atade de mashade da. Enyo na ade beshe me. Stay your small corner. Allow me lead the crusade for my people. Many years after, when we are dead and gone, the children that will come after us will say that these people did it right or not. It's not within the quarters of politicians to decide our fate.
Okay. Finally, what role would you play in the upcoming election? So the last time I had a conversation with the Tenants Union of Ghana, they said they're going to ensure that housing is a major conversation for the politicians, whether you're NDC, MPP, all those hopefuls. They want to see the roadmap they have for the housing deficit that we have in our country. Is your group going to play such a role? Are you going to insist that beyond Saglemi, because 1,500 units will not plug the whole of 1.8 or 1.9 million housing deficit that we have in our country? What role is your group going to play going forward?
Yes, I think that it's not only going to be a role, but a major role that will play, insisting that any new government that takes over governance will have to prioritize, this affordable housing thing.
Right.
We have a lot of our people displaced. A lot of them not only wallowing in poverty, but they do not have, a place to lay their head. So that whichever political party that you're demanding the thumbs or votes of the people, you must make housing your priority. So based on that, we'll be able to massage, the issues, draw conclusions that between or amongst this political target, we believe that based on the manifestos that have been presented, because currently we fall short of a national agenda plan. Right. So based on the manifestos that have been presented, we believe that this is the, if like, political party that will help us going forward in 2024. This government, except they change, I don't know what their manifesto will talk about, in the coming days.
But they would have a different candidate. So definitely, Nanado will not be the same candidate. So maybe a different candidate would have a different plan.
But the candidate will inherit the successes or failure of Nanado. So that if Nanado did well, chances are that the candidate is the next president of the country.
Now we have to wipe the slate clean for all of them.
If the Nanado failed, no, we will not do that.
Okay.
We judge John Mahama based on his father Atamils.
Okay.
We will judge whoever ascends the reins of MPP's ticket on the performance of Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
It's about time.
Would that be fair?
It should be fair.
Because your ideology about housing may be different from mine, even though we may be
in
the
that
same
is not
political
limited
party.
to the confines of housing.
Okay.
I'm opening the argument up for leadership.
Okay.
For instance, if Mahama should be elected or re-elected to lead NDC, he was in government before.
Yes.
We gave him some quantum of money. He borrowed in our name. We will assess Mahama. What did you do with the amount of money we gave you? Then we go back to whoever leads MPP. So that, for instance, if it's Alan Martin or Dr. Bawumia, for instance, is the head of the economic management team.
Right.
Alan Martin is part of the economic management team. A Greek minister, they are cabinet ministers.
Right.
So it's not as if that they are now going to be tried. They've held several portfolios.
Right.
You can't come and tell me that judge me on a clean slate when you are part of a failed government. Okay. Certainly no. What I am saying, my brother, in entirety, may be away from the housing unit, but it's so important is that it's about time you and I and all of us rose up to defend our motherland, and that will mean that we must gather all arsenals to demand accountability.
Right.
What they will say, whether we are in MPP or NDC, should not be important to us.
Okay.
It's neither here or there. But we should ask ourselves, these dreams that we are pushing, these aspirations that we want Ghana to reach her full potential and get to that promised land of hope someday, are we on the right path? If we are, then certainly nothing should draw us back.
Okay.
But if we are becoming partisan, more than the word partisanship, that is when we will have to rethink at that table of brotherhood. We have been silent for too long, and our destiny is being destroyed by day. Our future is being stolen, especially by these two political factions. And it's as if we are sitting unconcerned. No, there's a break of a new dawn.
Okay.
We have looked beyond the horizon, and the youth of Ghana must now come together and take our nation.
Okay.
They are destroying it.
Thank you very much, convener Nana Utu Dako. He's a lead convener for a group calling itself Team Saglemi, not for sale. They are opposed to government's decision to sell the Saglemi housing project. This has been another edition of The Lowdown with me, Daniel Odo, here on GhanaWeb TV. We're back another time with another exciting edition. Nana, thank you very much.
Not at all, sir.
And more grace to your elbow.
And you are doing great.
Keep
you
fighting.
ask very important questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for watching.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Jato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Now, oh, me.
Back canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello, Ghana for Mosomfo, Mammy Kechi, and then some Masia baby, Amma Bruni, or running Pabo Edia Mammy, where their baby I should be a Michia, style BAB, in entertainment industry, and somehow Komu, Nenia Cosonaches, the Bremen, and what CB, send your corner report to be about better than nature. Say, we at us, our Berman, as I wish that Nisica, Umpemagon, and a solid pa. Me a short episode would say me, which Chamosi Siameba, Yadi Bibia Asomo. Mesanso mamo akwa babiem e de ba nkomo ho e wo GhanaWeb TV so na ye sha sia omanfo enim se na wo twen de akese are ho asem ye pa ne nyina ejina e Ghana ball boni Christian Achu akese wato nananom e wonse do ne nyina ejina take ho nsensem ya akese asase wo so a e ko wiem na akese Christian Achu ne ho akoka bi ene ensam ahodo na akese etumi akoso omanfo e keka nsem e de fan ye pa ne ba no na omanfo e bona ba so etwe mu se sana dwumedia na abante ne dipa e wasase so ansana na wato nananom e wonse no nenya semketo akra no manfo ye twemu ekeka nsem na so eno na Aisha Modi etese na she lost tomboy edin semfo bia to dwa wo twemu se to de bia enye se o bia obi mpese obeka ho asem na so e bia okakok chani obi aye afi na Ghana fo baba chi oma no sokọ de baba siu so obeka chi osa ai ena mo de wo hihye anim ena mo pesa ena find the kosi sen ena mo ye hihye ho na go na chese system ni de bebre o chi ma enye se bia obi ahye da na se bibi na de ye mpese be ya na se nanso ukwakoye anhwa na akoda ne amane e de ama ne mu echi na okan wie na kum chacha nso betu dwa na otwemu se so no wotumi pa wo power pa se ya anka kise na chu we de kono akum chacha obeje no dia mobi for instance Ghana for dodo na umba Ghana hanuma nkofo bebre na mfa so bia se bi nheda ye nuomo so no ni papa bi say eti se kise na chu tumi to na na wonse do aya na are ho nto no kum chacha chire ma se nko woni peye pa anka ni wo ne de nko beje na che so dia mobi for and what you not to go piemu e wo YouTube nso a na ye fene sen ye Abeku Santana emro no so no mujumedie United Showbiz jumedia o mutinem na wakase impempi otnas no dream sem bi ho a na onte ase o because we hu se ni papa fo no aye omontna se nche obehu ana nipa ewu because o hye jumedie a chese omanfo de wie kekeka se Christian na chwete ase ene prisoners you to me ko chese hiafo otumi bo mo sasa twuma branch na mro ate ase ni ne o kan ne san ono no ne mame wo no wanhye de hu nyema yeso science ohu so bi ebra na no so etete no tanye school sa hodwe na o sisi afo de etwema project bi na cheso hye ase kra no esanse we ye nim se ye kwakoto aso so nto aso bia yentimi hu ena na Abeku Santana etwema are ho ye pa are ho na so owo de eba obia entimi nso na chese e wo se enye siewie nti no de obeka ne se onyankopon chatanhye ne busuanfo na bebia nso Christian Achu obia no onyankopon se mfa ne kra nyina ensi ye GhanaWeb yenso ne obeka ne se onyame enchechi ne busuanfo ne ria na chese o ma ye Christian Achu bebi pa enfanda Na Majid Michelle nso eyesini twani so no ye pan wo Ghana ha no na ono so edna no to nsama ekoso wo kisa na twin sense miemu na otwema a osori amanfo na ni titru pa ne Christopher ena Nyankopon na de ma ono anso na oje osesa asem ne mamo nkan esanse ye Job pen so ena Job cancer eno kra na ye Job eri Nyankopon tam asem enti so ni party ati say na hwe nya ne say bia yare bo no no wuye na asem bi say tumi ato na Christo ni tumi tena say e ka say anya me na eje ne fan o say no dey say word ni dey he doesn't believe in it think be ya Christopher ne Ghana for sansem na mo ka say na nya me na de ma ono ana eje ne Majid Michelle etwema ono dey so ono mpa dey onje ndi sante be ya o manfo musumu njai ka no ono Michelle nso dey onjai tie na e wataki earthquake ya mu nso e na chese politician bi owo honom a ye friend say ora eye Dr. Luftu eye Savas ono eye Turkish politician no dia seda kese ye pa e da kwa koma eye Ghana for ye nyina ye Jacob Caesar na woman for mpo friend no se cheda o chese o dia seda kese ye pa e da kwa koma no esan so twema emra asem si utumu te sikapudo esan so wetumi aba pa abebedo re ya si utumu se na emu odin ye pa no one for ni se emra earthquake si ye ne chese amanaman ene o mom keka nyina e di chese ne sika se no mbe ye mbetumi di abo ni bia no bi etumi de konekom yakwa se cheda yin so etumi de muani bi kwaya no na eye Turkish politician ni e di aseda kese ye pan de ma na wotwemu se ne oba be ye o ma ama o man ne de ya de so mani ye pan ne aseda ni de otumu se ya de a emu odin ye pan Nasala Abasil, Jem Tata, Jem Mekan, Kosefia, Jojo, Namekana Sanai. Nana sent a moon a better January 17. Na so we dinner order no coco piemo, our chief imam fee, a shake a fee pana or cornum, a home no dinner order not just only shake, a cocody or more order not just only mucha cake, more kama, not just a FA pan. Then watch in a no man for my Mami, into a software Ghana Hanum, a orphanages in the final ecosystem. Went to me and baby anko se honum chief imam fie na kokko pie sa kokko diwa woda ida hihye nim krani e no se Ghana for musu munja hihye nim no munja hihye sanse chief imam ho ni mi boni be ne wom e na mo sori na mayem hu yiyi mu e na fine ecosystem na bibia na religious o twema nyankopon ho no mi obo bia se ni su ene ne sanya afi na obabeda ne hihye nim bia afi so poni ogina so titire ne se Ghana hanum ba chief imam nyifi obia when you say a woman says so for so no ma so betumi abom pa ya dia ma ne nkeka na so no chief imam won me when hu bi pain when hu bi esan say ye wo no so say na ye wo ni ya wa wo no wanyia kopim sam pempen so no 100 and over to tumu sanya sam keto akwanto no koi no Osio ko onum e ko kache ne san on bom paye mfama no opeso no so nya nkwatenten no san bom no bom paye man se ne be ye obenya nyansa se bi onimde se be ya niam obetoto no otimi atoto ni ento manfo ene na meke kan san no akwa ye nhihye ni mo che man Ghana fo musumu nya nhihye ni no esan so onim nyenti a okọ honum na osebo de Zara man ono so ba Ghana hanoma ye fashionista pa nye chese asanketa kende to do bia hu na otumi skirt na watakin na waje long sausage shoe osmu sa dress ne de emu odzen ankasa ya enya asanketa akra no de nsemfo bia to dwa otwemu se ekrito fo ankasa wo Ghana hanomu em se ekobia se ya adwen no se bi nsuo ankasa ne dia room because ne bibia ba ni atam bia sia beto sai no se dindindinde o se da asem kreni onipa da sani etumi tena na obi ekwa amanone akwose nsuo dia fa Jordan River dia ba Ghana hano abeton e dia ma te se apple kra ho no metumi ton apple e de ma ene 1 billion sense ori apple na chese na Oju hwa onti asio osesa ne menya ekomia kwa sekristosom no ya fa no bare dodo ya fa ne tare obi wo ho no man Otso si asori dem weni oti asori dem anopa awie numre onye hwe se obeche obi mpo ade aye bibia ye din na de bia asori dem ne fa ne kosi na me ye Kristo ni na fa ne kosi se ne ma chese wo hwa ebo adwe ni ntase so na Kristo fu e Ghana anu mo yento kirema munja san ne ma na moto na mo ye ne kan Kristo soma ne se wa gyenyankopon enye gidie woni mu na chese wo di dwuma de ma no wo che na wo ye se ne ne nkeka wona ntena baby enwa wo manfo mfiri baby mba dada wadwe san na ko aye bibia honum na so body nsam ne de ya de watoto bi ye pa wo twem se Ghana for e wo se ne nsam a waka ne nyina no mo fa bibi fenfem se ne be ya e betumi abo oman no ne tumi akọ nanim Baby jet asamwaja na sem na making na na watching so there ukopia on social media or trendy ye pa na omanfo enim chese obi ne kwaka no sa sembe no bi kwaka fan no na nya sanke na okoposti bibia de to ne Twitter page na echi no kan do delete na so nim sisi ade agese one trant o omanfo monitor na ne some de tro de to to ni bo fu ye pa na komia ko ese wo ma mo ti social media and agese one form when say be di watama kansam e de afọ na komia ko ese mu bi akoye bi makoka baby jet ene baby jet and fan ni wan channel ko edidi atemi odi na ma ebi krambo ekoka ne mawe wo twa mu sa ono ankasa bebo no homwade hu sa social media show no obehwehwe we kira kwan aye onye chese nsam o twade to wode man fotwum sa asawajan wa we de wan kan ye kra chese wa nye ni ye kra no bi aye celebrity na wo sampo ye nipo man fo pewasem na to me tron sansem we de fo bi obi anim ni obi di aye na so sesa pa so ma twa sansem we de o man fo twem asawajan we de ntwa wo twa ne de nya de ko ye pa ne ko pimo social media Twitter so o man fo eke komadwin ye bi pa e de twa ye baby jet na Ghana hankasa kwame akwa esesa woda pan nyane na se we hu se bibi ukoso na bibi twende na chese ewiase asa ya ne sa na ya danyane ya kojoshia de nso ni nyumtuni na kojoshia de ne YouTuber na chese udi ni juma o oni ya po no nso nyumtuni de ni obi nim na akọ ya po no echima eye kojoshia de na akọfa ne nyuma chese wambo na mane nti ya po no chese ohuhura apaya ni seni kojoshia de nse sisi ya de ya po no eye mia na menu di nkata na wampo na ba me page so ebe ka che mi so menyum nye ntu de ye ni sei ma me na afema ye wie a chese ye nyina obi anim say ntiase aba afi de me ma kojoshia de say on pen ntoto ye pen no a we nye yi bia no sisi anofa wonwom no no so mfa ne platform mo bia nkrosi obia unya onyoma baby kwa de bekwa koto na omanfo be hye nwom no ne abode ama no fakọ ono so ne platform ni YouTube no ono so be delie wo ho no meka so ochema odwenma onti ase ochema wa ya aponu na oba no ho no e beka je se menua menwum ni o e na chese oni otumu se post bia na post screenshot bia kojoshia de na de tu dwane kire mu se yenkita ho a obia ne no nyonko de otumu se nti ase e wo ho no ma e ba ya ansana bibia e to dwa afi do nipa de nyum be tu dwa e ya aponu e kire ma kojoshia de na ma me bo ne management amane wa ma me cash yan fan jo me wane so obo post nyom e de agi views ne likes just say bibia e ono e ya pono ne be bia likes ne reactions no sika na be ban na chese akwakọ piem wa kojoshia de na kachi to chema kojoshia de shana post me bibia bi na kojoshia de so okay opoku fa wonku mia na me se me ye me nya nya biem si sa me fa me platform onso fa wonwom ma chese otumo se aye deje yi ankasa na Charter House for nyina CEO aye friend no say eye ma me Theresa ayowade edinsimfo bi atoja otwema bedu wemre bi pa ahochwe emu odin ankasa chese enya asenketo akra otwema mra no okọ UK no otumu se na sika tafie se na papa support ni tumi boa na chese okọ ni soko afede kodu manchwe be bi ase ni papa na sikei ebi mme ntomo ye ne den e one of phone friend na dan fo ka chese menua sisi ahochra boy e ende no si o enya hwe odi ebra shop bi wo koko wiem na chese wo so tumi ba Ghana hanom na chese light hu nyume ye no honom shop ye mu na okotena ye na chese otumi de tonton ne ma enu echi na chese obepie mu ewo ye media ni mo otumi didi ni juma sisi ano nyame otumi abo anom tete no so aba be ye panimu chese mu anya asem kitakra nto chema ahohwan de wo se ba na wo so waje ne san kakra nyame betumi abo na wo so business no etumi akoso ye de ama na ora kofi aba no ye businessman ye e wo Ghana hanom pa na manfo nim sa na nsenso ono so gini din ye pa e wo social media ni nyine gya ne nsem okoka fa ye kodwa ntwunyumtuni na kodwa ntwudi ade bi betu dwa o chemu say go find me na o chemu ne papa ato na no me wonse do na eno ntu no hia sika na chese bae no na aye bebre kwa samanfo e chemu sai na papa e wa ye ne me ma usika na afa kwa na chese fa ko si o papa na but ono ne de ade ne bae no chemu o yesi ne me de be ma scholarship e de ma manfo na e bae no na kodwa abani e de betu dwa na o chemu say kodwa nchipa de na oka no na wo da ben kra na wabo show concert aka say me fans me followers mo de mo mbra just come and enjoy we are just go home unye bi da na papa ewu a ye ne afi yesika mema wo na fa ko ti papa enya de beba sokra ne nsem no kan wi ndo manfo e bo na chi ye pa che se o manfo twema papi mo sa ne ntina wo se wo kasa de fa kodwantwi mu because obi anim kodwantwi ni impact e wo Ghana anu ye ba no high life enyume to so abo no ho e modi ye nteba ne sen na che to mi kansa nsem ne no e na eye meji na nsen na che so no so kopie mu e wo UTV so e no de ntwemu e ba na wo twem se komia kwa ese nya kofia ba me kan ye no o manfo enti ase o twema first one na post na Kofi Abam ne comment wo so no enye second one na buy na scholarship ne kan no twema first one na kodwantwe de buy no otwemu e de to wonom se o yes na be betumi abo no na tumi de asie ni papa wa cho nananom e wonsie do eno nti na chese ne ode go fan me no e buy eno nti na chese sansam ni nyina buy no eno nti na Kofi Abam no eko respond na react to that but enye se bia scholarship sensem na chese e ma no ko wiesa ene miji nchemu ne de ode bi ba yie pa na Center manfo enja so bo keke asansem no nyese bia agro bi na anampo no se na Kofi Abam no manfo agye de abo mu botare se wanka ne ne fan ko sise no odi ntwemu ni nyina e de abre Ghana for Jackie Ankra media personality na ochema ono sesani papa ene general Ankra sisi wato na nanom won siedo no manfo nim sa na sentem na Jackie Ankra de beto ya se wosani papa yetumi kai ne ye esanso no so abeboa emo my Ghana yetumi akoso nti se ye bo ene big stars ni mpanimfo ma ba be di Ghana so wose yetumi bo general Ankra din esanso no so abone ho modin ye pa e wo Ghana hanom na ekomia kwa se ne nsem no kan no nkofo bi twema papa ben ono oba ye tu nkruma efi so niema je no ankei ebebe ye wo Ghana ha no mo Jackie Ankra te hono ye sanya ni dem wo masa ebe ya pe bebi da ne so ye nja wutie kra na so Jackie Ankra ya san kwa san bebi na emi ko pie mu asase radio fo ni din kita na wo twemu so ono sani aba no atumi akoba esanse ne papa ye no ankei ono ana wo no Jackie Ankra ntumi nkasa because of ni esisi ni ntino obegina bebi andane nechi e de amanda o twema so wagina ne na so agina ne so obekoswa ma support abo support nti support any papa anampo no ampo de obebo support ni papa yie pa esanse ya de ne papa nso ye from mo mabebo mo my Ghana etumi akoswa ne papa enso e kan obi nto manfo enjai so mo keka san e no wanye hye e Jackie Ankra echema ne papa wabo no ho modi yie pa nto no so ye bo se ni bia obegina mu yie pa ne etumi de abobi e de anwane papa Sewa mi henso oba so no ye nsencheni e wo Ghana hanom na odi nsemfo bi atodwa watwe Ghana Education Service for adwen akoyi pa otwemu se ekomia kwa ese na nsentrend bi e koso wo Ghana hanom a ene okoko schools ahodo mo be kwa na teacher ni ene school ni na teacher achi phone ni camera dey sin so video na mrakwa abofra no kasa na otwemu asade na wosegie mo hwe na mani ekon ho yie pa na otwemu onka se bia ye boni o onka se bia enye esanso ono anka se hu se bia challenges na ye koso no na mo pese o manfo ehu otwemu enye bad sa na so no ebetete amanfo emofra na nampo be ha o madwen yie pa esanse nkole ye kan yade omba benyi da achi bia nti oba na so ba behu se bia na video na sempo ene de aye na what do you think sa akra na obedwen anampo obefili de afa nti otwemu wo se ni manimi agi yes mo hwe na mo nka bibia fanfa na teachers no so na mo yesa no because na say ba ku bia ye hu e wo social media na Bernard na find na kosi sa utumuta na ye bibia enko yie kra nti se wa mi ha etwema Ghana Education Service for we de ne how ne na manual de abetu monimuni mon share na chese nyema we nyina mon tenesene esanse bibia entumi mbo man ani sukusu mpo e wo Ghana hanom ekra yi Elikem kumoji opamade ono oni ikeke fusu ono so ebonyo mpa yi na ekomia koyese na UTV show isi omukwaji omudi yi pa ewo honom na nina ne se na sentemu yesa akode omode nyum fufuro bi aba oni black sheriff omode nyum bi aba na omo uniforms na ata outfit omo yusu ye de bonyum na cheto omutwa homfoni kakra bi adi tudwa na mre be to dwa no na Elikem ye be to dwa sa asa akode asa uniform die no be nice asa baby as a baby ntini ye kakra ntino ekomia koyese enye guy na say nsam no kan ne de ne chese ene social media nkofo edigu ni su eye ankasa na ekomia koyese me okopie mu wo UTV no na keke photo so that was his time to talk about it say do one na ochomu say na ekomia Elikem mukra usori a chese bibio bi behye bia wo bibi kan na ukra ye kan de pamade papa be pan na woni mpam den pan no betu ejina so akase we Elikem ade apam ye de feyi ankasa dewu na fine no koze ukra wo manfo sheda mekan wo yes na it's like you are looking down on us and enya nice tabe ankasa de na we de jai kan oh na Elikem to se chekege wutu ede na apa che no na wo she yeah, kasa won so ba be kebi. Do you know me? Okay, so do you know me? Now to say branches na name why din ye pa we dey we tuma ni nyonko a na we so to 2 year pa e dey ama nyonko na to say enya asem keto akra. Yembon free chese free Ghana na yenko eye Nigeria memu na tonto dike so ye actress a no wa chese utumu se sinitwa no wa gini din ye pa ewo mu ye na ekomye ko yesa na senso no ni ku ni ex husband de utumu se emu odin ye pa na ex husband friend say ye Olankule Churchill na eye tonto dike se ode futo kakra kakes ye pa e de ma se all over ochema wo choose husband na wo choose obema on na be father wo ba bo homodi na choose wisely na wo tmu say onam ni akoso we wo no ene ne former husband intem e na ode footwork kese ye pa aba na nsan de wo tmu social media no enya senketa kra na nam so we no so gina po na wo ka che eye ni kun Olankule ni say orei e be ya nkafa Davido fa ni suban on say that Davido no na yire chi omo mutumi bo ma bra bo na de fa ni love I love ene ne nke kan no tmu say Davido oh no mi Davido say feeling keka bia eni no ye ba no dra onim se na edi odzo e de fa ye pa nto o de futo kese pan e de ama eye niku Olankule say bo homodi ya na hye Davido se na osibbo no homodi esifa na no atwiri no Olankule ko edi nsemfo bia no so ba beto jana o twemu se wo tonto dike wonnam ena keka kansem e de fa me ho ene meet me in court and I meet my lawyers na bibia wo no bia na ye de beto dwa na nsam na wo keka ka de fa me ho out wo nsam a wo ken e bo me ho fa na ye gu me ho fi a aye wa adwen se we si wa adwen se me ena be se ma bra bo no so de Olankule ne chemu a e ade atonto dike wo okwakosamai no e wo court tani manim ye won sesa ne kukusaka no mo mienu ne nkonko hye mo wo court na nsam o ka fa no nyina no se wo hu so oja baby e ya sa ade na dia ene onko na tonto dike no nko na no ye nya no ofankogu wono memfa mo na nyumtini Miss Vin so din semfo bi atudwa a o twemu so ono emma no ko senior high school no esanse on person obesua ade nti obo no homodia ekoye so kakoye home economics eje on de okwa enuane si e che onu ani na so twema ekomi akoye se mo kokko wie mu no ekotia no kra esanse home economics dwumedie practical so ne nke kan wa obaye ne kokko wie mu kra de se pa so obetena se misua ade otumu se bibia na enkoye nti twema entumi amboa no education ye kra na mro kokko pie mu e wo chese ye joy for omudwumedi omudi wo no na chese no so distance mfo nyina ekoko tuja ewo honom Erabato Makiwan so media personality no din semfo bi atudwa a otwemu se ono nkasa aye ne analysis akobimu efili ehun se usually sana emema omo ye broke men ati so mu ni sika hia for mema no omo ye hia for no ohwema oba ne mpemu agra oh my omutumi sepa mo ankasa wo fili good ankasa na ochema ono no wabobi chese wakọ esikafo e na wakọ e omo mu ni sika no otumi se esikafo no esa so mo wo sika ni ntino ye omo nhada e ma wo time ne san se chese ye ya ohwiegu ma na wasori na chese okọ na so esa ohia ni broke men no ni sika onim se ni owa ni atopent ni oba otumi bọ no ho mmode na chese otumi aboa ma wasepo ho ye panto de foto kese pa e de ama se woni wo hono na top so feel good but homodia ne pe obema amazing one abema or broke man na obema oni sika no and e ba ne sa na onyamre e de mo because onim say we dey me last chance ni ntani onyam back to back or to me bo wa na wanka say we feel good anti we dey ochema ogina me so Ghana forma and all over me tumufu ye pa say Toki Makin we say me kan kire mo say wo hono ma pebe ma oye broke oni sika eno ne sanu pese oni ni di mpem agra obetu ama wo e feel good ankasa na eye Reverend Sonny Badu obonyom watanso ye sofo pon ye pa na nansan de utumi u follow pa ngebo se yobi a wo trendy wo social media kra na makobi crowd ya ba tu dwa se fe na ede ye ne se otwema uye nipa dasani na uti wiase na kwe na mi se John na mi kire preko otari a ene ebo homodi ane hu se wote wonom no e ya ade ahonhom fi edware ate se hyeomu yi ankasa omo no oda omo ni udidi omo ni oye bibia ye na nensem ye okan yi ena kokroko host aye fe no se ye kwame safakan e de aba na otwem sa Sonny Badu watese ye se woni na mekeke kasansem ene opeso ma wutie se ono kwame safakan wo ho no mi ade a prekonami ye wo no se nye e de beto asati su nebusua efiem eduane omu dia no ene oba na se waje coke pa na ya toto ya noa ya che chese ya ho no waje coke bi e de si nchen Sprite bi wine bi keka wa oh wo be feeli ba se pa na wo kan ne ne opese o che o ma hu se sisi ade ene demons no ahohombone no so muti ni mu ni chese he is filled chese enya sem keto kra na mro kan wi no na ekomia kwa se eyeso ni bado etwe ma ne nsem ye okan ye komia kwa se amanfo bi e ka so boa na se bia o di agro na se bibi oso pese unya evidence o de bon homodia na ni abeyifo nje se ne bema abeye oni omonko entinase na won bi so omo se ono ni so ni bado okan no no kra na se nye no ko sa so chema chese kwe nam na nkasa no unya wi preko na ma omo ye instantly na demons no ma ba betina omu eni to chema hu se demons so de hu demon na hu beifo hu demon na hu beifo nti mu to wonom na se mu nji ono ne so ne bado e kan na mu de mu nko na mu ne witches and wizards fo nko tena se eni nketa na hu bisa ono so ne ono so ne bado e kan no no kra anya sa nya no kra na mu kɔ na se mmoye bia bebia no ono so ne bado ogusua ete wonom a o twa mu se mu di mmoye no ebebre no. Na marriage counselor bia e friend no said DY don't call e we footwork ye pa a odi ama Ghana for 83 more relationships many aware mu no and na mo sorry as a relationship ni enkoyi a ene empaye se mo ti asori de mo ni etuetu nyankopon aso o se we nyina no emfa ye kasa ye mfa ma nye hwe o se work towards your relationship o hwe na se nkwa Mofa konya ono partner sit down discuss it na mo say no we na enkoye dan mo an ye di adwuma ye nti otwema social media won me a go so aye twen sanya me na mo dwuma di entertainment show ye mu bi ana odin sen fo ni nya e to ja o twemu din ne mfa ne o just o
claim as is in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the book. She wasn't building with the money anyhow she wants it.
If you do that to your partner, you're literally hating. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Ajato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
Now, back canoe crane. To sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I see you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which one?
I love wache. I
Okay.
like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I like
that's nice.
good light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh,
We
okay.
we just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, do you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall, They are developing ANC village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building residential complex within the ANC village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
You should always have the right team for your business to
yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
Yes.
children,
Yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company, and construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of, like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house, and I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired, growing up, people that would get passive income. Like, I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time. and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment, and I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all of that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the Greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank.
Okay.
That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you'll learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. And so whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source all materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, you know, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have grey, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a grey. Okay. But so it just, you know, blends in. It gives you a very bright, you know, community.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy?
Okay, so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these? What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything, 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3. And then on the way we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. Okay. Very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, you know, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have. And so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, you know, phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building.
Oh, okay.
You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. Okay. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of, you know, additions to it. We have spaces for families, sit around for families. We have a lot of greenery around there. So there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3. I want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym, and then you have also a multi-purpose swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is the recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think that's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about
that's
up
the bar,
there.
Exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to doing some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give you very good,
yes, I was
good
going to
ratings.
ask if you do Airbnb.
Exactly.
Okay, so take us around and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow, even for babies. You can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes, I mean
units?
This is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters with gym space, with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
yeah, I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there
to
look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of this.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so I don't know, maybe if
we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here.
Yeah.
Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Moving.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade, and then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some lighting.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk to us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we try to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there are blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is a form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
So should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modern decorations. Yes. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open.
Okay.
We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits
Yeah,
here,
TV, exactly.
and then the couch.
We have a couch here.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me
Sure.
show you the kitchen.
Okay.
You want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
yeah,
it's a very
and I think it's
beautiful space.
even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This
here.
is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious,
Very
not really
spacious.
small.
Yes.
You know, the door is deceptive. It looks
Exactly.
quite tiny,
Yes.
so yes, yeah. So next, I
Yes.
see the
Then
kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnished the kitchen for you. We give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
And these are the storage
these
spaces.
are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh,
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So you have
Okay, so there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions. Let me say,
Okay,
we are very open
additions.
to additions.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard. I'll
Okay,
take
but
you to-
let's finish
let's
with
finish
the
top and then-
yes,
yeah.
yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is what
Yes,
you are
the
using
same. We carry the same tiles through.
throughout every
Throughout
space.
the space, yes.
Oh,
exactly,
okay.
yes.
All right.
Yes.
How safe is this?
Very
With the
safe.
glass
It's actually very
panels.
safe. This
Really?
is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight. And then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, I mean, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bath bedroom.
Oh.
So this is the master bedroom.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is the master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, well, closet. Okay. That's a queen-size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious.
Mm.
And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you.
You can
Oh, that's
enjoy
nice.
the
It's quite
community.
airy here.
Very,
Yeah.
very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Oh, another built-in closet.
exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay.
The last
So that's the
bedroom.
last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see two beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Kids' room,
Children's
exactly,
room.
yes.
Oh. Well, I didn't feel all the beds. Ooh.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
Yes. So we start from one bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3-bedroom known as the oak as well.
Okay.
Those are under construction. And then we have the 4-bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So
okay.
this is the parking lot. Oh. The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The
Okay.
average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay. Yeah. And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open.
Okay.
We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have asset mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the
is
percentage?
Okay. So what we do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the bank does they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
and
quite flexible.
for Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have? Out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30.
Oh.
And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single, let's say, student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay, that's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. And the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyako, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwoti. Thanks for watching.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Jato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
Now, back canocre. Susan Pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I am something. Instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
The Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic, Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, and his entourage, entering the chamber for the launch of the 30th anniversary of continued parliamentary democracy since 1993. Many have charted the path that we are all on today, and we are grateful to God for the many blessings that He's bestowed on the legislative arm of government. Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic, Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, the Honourable Chief of Staff, Honourable Prema Opariase, the former Speakers of Parliament, Right Honourable Edward Koblido Ajaho, Right Honourable Mike Aaron Okwe, members of the Council of State, the Majority Leader, Honourable Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, the Minority Leader, Honourable Kaisiel Atu Forson, Leadership of the House, Clerk to Parliament, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, Nananum, Nime, Name, Deputy Clerks of Parliament, Assistant Clerks, Directors, Deputy Directors, all staff of Parliament, members of the Press Corps, good morning and welcome to this auspicious occasion. This year marks 30 years of uninterrupted parliamentary democracy. Ghana gained independence in 1957. We became a republic in 1960. And since then, we've had 4 military interventions. And any time that has happened, the arm of government that has suffered is the legislative arm. So if we are celebrating today, we do have a very good reason to do that. We are very proud of ourselves, we are proud of Ghanaians, and we thank God for how far He has brought us. And as is the custom in Parliament, we start all activities with prayers. And so may I respectfully call on the Honourable Dr. Zaneto Rollins to give us the opening prayer. The MP for Osu, for Kote Clote, semantics. We are celebrating 30 years, so anything is forgivable. Dr. Zaneto Rollins to give us the opening prayers.
May I respectfully ask that we all rise and observe a minute's silence in memory of the first president of our Fourth Republic, who bequeathed to us our longest lasting uninterrupted constitutional rule since independence. Thank you. Please take your seats. Shall we bow down our heads in prayer? Almighty Creator, in whom we move and have our being, we thank you for a new day, a day when we've been blessed to wake up to silence and not the sound of gunshots, and not to any disasters, that we have the capacity to sit here and observe 30 years of parliamentary rule and the existence of 30 years of our parliamentary and constitutional rule in this Fourth Republic. Heavenly Father, bless this 8th Parliament, and bless our Speaker, our leadership, the clerk and the parliamentary service, and all members and staff who make it possible for us to sit here and deliberate on issues as we represent the people of this country. Father, we ask that as we launch this program, which is a year-long event to commemorate 30 years of parliamentary democracy, that we shall continue to ensure that our democracy is consolidated and that by our actions and by our words, we ensure an enduring legacy for this Fourth Republic. Our Father, we ask that you bless all those in leadership, in the executive, in the judiciary, and in the legislature, that we will continue to protect and guard jealously this democratic dispensation that we enjoy. Father, grant us health and peace, unity of purpose and stability as we take each day. As members of Parliament, Lord, we are representatives of the people. And we ask that you grant us the wisdom, the courage, and the commitment to our people and to our nation to do what is right, to ensure that in 30 more years we shall be able to celebrate continued legacy of our republic. Heavenly Father, we ask that you grant us the grace as we go through this event, that we can open up a true celebration of what has been achieved, and we shall honor the memory of those who came before us and build upon what has been laid. All of these and more we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
The Honourable Member for Klotekole, the Honourable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins, giving us the opening prayer. In 1992, when the referendum was conducted, Ghanaians were unequivocal about what we wanted. And in 1993, with the coming into being of the 1992 Constitution, also came into being the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic, with the very venerable Justice D.F. Annan as Speaker. Today, we are celebrating all the heroes who have passed through this institution and who have contributed in many diverse ways to the development of the legislative arm of government. The Clerk to Parliament is one that has seen many parliaments come and go. He's seen speakers come and go. He's seen members of parliament come and go. He has built institutional memory. He has served the Parliament of the Fourth Republic, and we are proud to have him as our Clerk of Parliament at this auspicious time in the history of our democracy. May I respectfully, with the permission of the Speaker, request that the Clerk to Parliament, Cyril Kwabna Oting Insia, gave us the welcome address. And since this is not a sitting of the chamber, may we welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Honourable First and Honourable Second Deputy Speakers, Honourable Majority Leader, Honourable Minority Leader, Honourable Members of the Leadership of Parliament, Honourable Members of Parliament, the Chief of Staff, representatives of His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Chairperson, Council of State, President, National House of Chiefs, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, former Right Honourable Speakers of Parliament, former Clerks to Parliament, former officers of the Parliamentary Service, directors and officers of the Parliamentary Service, distinguished invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed an honor for me to welcome all here present on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker and the Parliament of Ghana, and on my own part, to the launch of celebrations to mark 30 years of uninterrupted parliamentary democracy. I am truly humbled on such an auspicious occasion to be serving as Clerk to Parliament, particularly at a time when our parliamentary democracy under the Fourth Republic has since its inception on 7 January 1993 progressed significantly. This is evidenced by the peaceful alternation of governmental power between the two major political parties in keenly contested elections in the years 2000, 2008, and 2016. I am grateful to the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament and honourable members of the leadership of the House for their commitment to ensuring the observance of this major milestone in our democratic history, particularly at such a crucial time in our current dispensation, where we need, as a people, to uphold and preserve the tenets of our democratic governance and safeguard the resources endowed to our homeland Ghana for the benefit of the citizenry and posterity. The theme of the celebrations, 30 years of parliamentary democracy under the Fourth Republic, the journey thus far, is therefore apt as it invites all and sundry to take stock of the many benefits we have reaped under the Fourth Republic and assess the various challenges we have encountered on our democratic journey. This occasion gives us the opportunity to maximize our capacity towards taking full advantage of our enviable democracy for the benefit of the citizenry. Parliament has evolved over the years, and constituency representation of various geographical spheres of Ghana has, through the first past the post single-member election method, expanded from 200 seats in 1993 and 230 seats in 2005, and the current number of 275 seats since 2013. Right Honourable Speaker, permit me to acknowledge that we have indeed come far as a parliament. We witnessed periods where honourable members used the boots of their vehicles as offices and storage spaces for official documentation. Thankfully, through the dedication and efforts of successive right honourable speakers of parliament and parliamentary service boards and the honourable leaders of the House, we now have two ultramodern edifices, the Job 600 building and its annex, constructed under the Parliament Infrastructure Enhancement Project, which provides dignified office accommodation and facilities for all 275 honourable members of Parliament. The Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin has also demonstrated commitment to improving the infrastructure of Parliament by continuing with the construction of ancillary buildings under the Parliament Supplementary Office Project, soon to be completed. As the fulcrum of our democratic dispensation, Parliament continues to articulate the concerns of the Ghanaian people, shape policies to reflect the aspirations of the citizenry, as well as exercise oversight of the executive arm of government and its agencies. Parliament continues to perform its legislation function to regulate the conduct of public business, judicious use of our resources, and promote good governance. Mr. Speaker, honourable members of the leadership, ladies and gentlemen, the interesting dynamics of the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic, which could at best be described as a hung parliament, has occasioned the need for stronger collaboration and cooperation among all stakeholders. This reminisces a growing democracy with prospects of achieving an enviable track record worthy of emulation by our counterparts in the West African sub-region and the African continent as a whole. Our parliament has become more pivotal in our democracy and must therefore be offered the needed support and resources to continue to grow and develop. The parliamentary service accordingly remains resolute in performing its non-partisan role of providing the requisite technical and procedural support services required by Parliament to execute its constitutional mandate. We will continue to emulate the rich culture, values, and norms of independence, non-partisanship, and diligence inherited from the lineage of experienced former clerks to Parliament and former staff of the service as we assiduously pursue organizational objectives and goals through the needed structural and institutional reforms to optimize our service delivery capacity in order to assist honourable members of Parliament carry out their functions. I am confident that as we celebrate 30 years of uninterrupted parliamentary democracy, we will strive to achieve more and leave a legacy that generations yet unborn would appreciate and build upon to entrench the principles of parliamentary democracy. I once again welcome you to this launch of the 30th anniversary celebrations of the Fourth Republican Parliament. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Harold Kwabena-Otingsi, Clerk to Parliament. Today we are celebrating the Right Honourable Justice D.F. Annan. We are celebrating the Right Honourable Peter Alajete. We are celebrating the Right Honourable Ebenezer Bejina Sichi Hughes. We are celebrating the Right Honourable Joyce Adeline Bamford Adu. We are celebrating the Right Honourable Edward Kobley Do Ajaho. We are also celebrating the Right Honourable Aaron Michael Ukwe. We are also celebrating our current Speaker, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin. And what better way to celebrate than to celebrate with music? And so let me call on the Voices of Democracy to give us an interlude in honor of our speakers. The good book says, he who sings prays twice. Thank you very much, Voices of Democracy, for the wonderful song. The judiciary, Mr. Speaker, has sent us a written message. Today happens to be their council meeting, and so all efforts to get here didn't materialize, but they've sent us a message which the Right Honourable Speaker has acknowledged and which was signed by the Chief Justice himself. And it reads, I bring you warm greetings from the judiciary and the Judicial Service of Ghana. I hope this letter finds you in good health and spirits. I acknowledge receipt of the invitation which came to my attention this morning, since it was received by my office on Friday, 17th February 2023, when I was out of town. Understandably, because of the short notice and pre-existing engagement, including a judicial council meeting at 10 a.m., I regret my inability to attend and wish you all the best in the celebrations. Please accept my warmest compliment, signed by His Lordship the Chief Justice, Justice Ene Yeboah, for the Speaker and members of Parliament. Now, with Mr. Speaker's permission, we will take the two other goodwill messages, one from civil society, and civil society is key because at the inception of the Fourth Republican Parliament, they were with us. In fact, one of our speakers, the good professor, Professor Aaron Michael Quay, had very close links with civil society, and he actually did some work with IAA and other civil society. The current speaker is also very keen on CSO engagement, and in fact is credited as the speaker who has had the most interaction with the CSOs in the life of a parliament, although he's only halfway through his term. And so may I invite the representative of the CSOs from CDD, Mr. Mensah, to come and give us his goodwill message. After that, the person who is going to give us the President's message is a member of Parliament. She's female. At the beginning of the Fourth Republican Parliament, we had 16 members of Parliament who were female. Today, we have only 40, 20 on each side of the aisle, representing less than 20% of women in Parliament. Ponder this.
Thank you very much and good morning. My name is Paul Anakwabna Brampa-Mensah, Programs Manager with the Center for Democratic Development. I read this goodwill message on behalf of CDD Ghana and all CSOs in Ghana. The Right Honorable Aban Kingsford Sumana Babin, Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, Majority Leader, the Honorable Dr. Sisak Ato-Forson, Minority Leader, other honorable members of the leadership of the House, all other honorable members of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament, distinguished invitees. I bring you warm greetings from the Ghana Center for Democratic Development and on behalf of the membership of civil society organizations working with and in support of the work of Parliament in this important milestone year, marking 30 years of the restoration of parliamentary democracy in Ghana under the banner of the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, prior to the Fourth Republic, Parliament had an unenviable role of being democratic institution and branch of government with the most disrupted and interrupted life in the nation's constitutional and political history. Parliament was a victim of the coup d'etats of February 1966, January 1972, and December 1981. Parliament resumed its life in this Fourth Republic on a less than optimistic note. as the decision of the New Patriotic Party to boycott the December 1992 parliamentary elections robbed the first parliament of the Fourth Republic of the presence of an official opposition party. However, in January 1997, with the arrival of a fully representative and competitive chamber, Parliament began to deepen its institutional foundations and assumed its proper role as a multi-party chamber, reflecting the diverse and divergent political party affiliation and identities within the Ghana politics. By the time of the first party turnover in 2001, the Parliament of the Fourth Republic had in many ways regained its relevance and standing as a significant player in the democratic space and architecture of our dear nation. Mr. Speaker, over the course of this Fourth Republic, Parliament, in keeping with its rightful role as the People's Assembly, and for that matter, the most popularly accessible and representative branch of government, has developed and enjoyed a productive working relationship with civil society. CSOs have helped to inform and educate the Ghanaian public about the business of work of Parliament, supported parliamentary service and successive classes of MPs to build capacities relevant to their multiple mandates and functions of lawmaking, oversight, and representation. CSOs work closely with and supply various knowledge products to MPs and committees of Parliament to help improve the quality of proposed legislation. CSOs have also undertaken periodic assessments of the performance of Parliament and MPs. While this last activity of CSOs has not always been welcomed by MPs and Parliament, CSOs and Parliament have come to appreciate that occasional respectful disagreements is an inevitable part of their encounters and engagements, and that this too is healthy for the progressive evolution of our parliamentary democracy. Mr. Speaker, Parliament indeed has come a long way in these last 30 years. The Fourth Republican Parliament is the first and only parliament in our history to reach adulthood. With the coming of age of Parliament, naturally, increased expectations from citizens, the people of Ghana still look up to Parliament to keep oversight and check and balance the executive, protect the public purse, and diligently scrutinize proposed legislation and international contracts and agreements, among other things. In short, substantial parts of the burden of making our democracy work and making it work for the people rest on the shoulders of Parliament. Continued public faith in our democracy depends to a large extent on the success of Parliament in meeting the democratic expectations and aspirations of the people. We in civil society are committed to standing with the people, and for that matter with Parliament, to ensure that our parliamentary democracy indeed delivers for the people. In ending my goodwill message on the occasion commemorating 30 years of unbroken parliamentary democracy in Ghana, I stand on behalf of CDD Ghana, all civil society organizations across the length and breadth of Ghana, to congratulate the Parliament and the Parliamentary Service of Ghana and wish them a happy 30th anniversary. We say Aiko.
Thank you very much, sir, for that goodwill message. The President's message will be read by the Honorable Akosia Frema Osei Opari. She was born on the 5th of June, not so long ago. She's an astute development practitioner, an academic, and she's described as a Ghanaian politician. But most important for us here in Parliament, she represented the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency during her time in Parliament. She's, of course, now the first female Chief of Staff that our beautiful country has seen. Honourable members, Mr. Speaker, please help me to welcome our Chief of Staff as she delivers the President's goodwill message.
Right Honourable Speaker, the former Speakers of Parliament here present, the representative of the Chairperson of the Council of State, Honourable First and Second Deputy Speakers, Honourable Minority Leader, Honourable Majority Leader, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament and his staff, former clerks to Parliament, diplomatic corps, our revered traditional rulers, the clergy, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is always good to be back in Parliament, a place where I spent some 12 memorable years as a member of Parliament representing Abuakwa constituency on 2 successive occasions and Abuakwa South constituency on the 3rd. Some of the most interesting times of my political life have been in the Chamber of Parliament. And dare I say, that is where, with the help of our colleagues, like the current Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Aban Bagbin, whom I came to meet in the House in 1997 and who became a good friend of mine, and Honourable Osei Mensah Bonsu, the Majority Leader, with whom I entered Parliament on the same side at the same time. We did some of the work with long-lasting effect on our society. Honourable members, Saturday, 7th January 2023 was exactly 30 years since the Constitution of the Fourth Republic came into force. It has inspired the longest period of stable constitutional governance in our history, with a consensus emerging that democratic form of governance is preferable. Indeed, upon the coming into force of the Constitution, we resolved to build under God a united nation grounded in democratic values and the rule of law, and we have gone a long way towards realizing this vision. Today, we are considered a beacon of democracy and stability in Africa, where respect for the principles of democratic accountability, human rights, and the rule of law have enabled us to oversee 8 presidential elections in the Fourth Republic, with 5 presidential transitions and 3 peaceful transfers of power through the ballot box from one party to another. We have every right to be proud of this, and the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Fourth Republic should inspire us even further to hold on to this status. This milestone is to the great credit of the ordinary men and women who make up the fabric of our nation, and indeed to the credit of Parliament, the second arm of government. I fear that often than not, many underestimate the importance of Parliament and consequently undermine its work. Honourable members, we cannot emphasize enough the role of Parliament in exercising the checks and balances needed on the executive. We cannot emphasize enough the role of Parliament as the voice of the people. And we cannot emphasize enough the role of Parliament in setting the tone for public discourse in the country. It is for the good of the country that Parliament continues to develop the capacity to insist on accountability in all aspects of our lives. And no institution is better suited for this than the representatives of the people. As President of the Republic, I assure you, out of duty to our children and grandchildren and to generations yet unborn, my government will do everything it can to help strengthen Parliament. We will not give up when it comes to deepening our democracy and guaranteeing the integrity of the electoral process, and neither should you, the Ghanaian people. We do not have to look far back into history to see the stable period of constitutional government and intelligent management of the economy leads to prosperity. We must do everything within our means to safeguard our democracy. Even though we are presently confronted with difficulties, I do not doubt our collective resolve to work our way out of these challenges and put our nation onto the path of progress and prosperity. Let us work to create the platform for the evolution of a new Ghanaian civilization, which will give true meaning to the foundational values of freedom and justice on which our nation was based. Honorable members, in concluding, let me assure you of the commitment of government to working with you and members of the House for the peace, progress, and prosperity of Mother Ghana. All of us have a joint responsibility to work together with our different views and our different perspectives for the Ghana project, a united Ghana, governed according to the rule of law, respect for individual liberties, human rights, and the principles of democratic accountability. A Ghana that meets fundamental requirements of social justice and solidarity. For my part, I have an unshakable faith in the boundless prospects of Ghana's future, and we will work for it, the radiance of the Black Star. I am confident, with a spirit of fairness, hard work, integrity, and reconciliation, the best days of Mother Ghana lie ahead of us. May God bless Parliament and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, the Chief of Staff, former member for Ayawa West Wogon. Coincidentally, the Member of Parliament for that constituency is also female. We thank God for female representation. But who can talk about Parliament without mentioning the venerable Honorable E.T. Mensah? We acknowledge you, sir. Is here together with his colleague from the Council of State, representing the Council of State, who are here to celebrate our 30 years with us. But at the moment, we have the Honorable Member for Ajumaku Enyan Esiam constituency, who is also the Minority Leader, and he will give us some remarks. Please help me to welcome the Honorable Kesil Atuforsen.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Second Deputy Speaker, my colleague, the Majority Leader, Honorable Ministers here present, colleagues, Members of Parliament, our respected chiefs and religious leaders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and ladies and gentlemen. First, I am honored to make a few remarks on the occasion of the launch of the 30th anniversary celebration of the 4th Republican Parliament of Ghana. Indeed, 3 decades of continuous parliamentary governance in our part of the world, especially in West Africa, is worth celebrating. Mr. Speaker, it is a common knowledge that the nation has witnessed a couple of interruptions to our constitutional governance. The turning point in our governance architecture was when the former president, Jerry John Rawlings, decided to give democracy a chance. This eventually led to the drafting of our current constitution, the one we commonly refer to as 1992 Constitution. Indeed, on the 28th of April 1992 referendum, which led to the adoption of the Constitution, has become a major landmark in Ghana's political history. Ghanaians, through the referendum, agreed to a new form of governance in our country. We set ourselves a date of the 7th of January 1993 to commence our new journey towards the returning to democratic governance. In the 1992 Constitution, which has become the most important guide in our new adventure, as we mark the 30 years of being in this democratic journey, we indeed have every reason to celebrate our democracy. Mr. Speaker, democracy is about Parliament. It is only when Parliament is properly constituted and properly conduct its business that we can be certain that there is democracy. After all, it is a known fact that for all the years that Parliament was in abeyance, all the other organs of government and their agencies were equally running. Mr. Speaker, parliamentary democracy is a representative democracy. It is the one that allows a selected few, including us, to act and decide for the many others. It is the one that allows for a debate, scrutiny, oversight, deliberations, and consensus building. These are the prerequisites of an effective parliamentary democracy. Members of Parliament are only their people's representative. It is therefore an honor for an elected member of Parliament to represent the ordinary men and women of our dear country. We are elected to represent our people, and we cannot fail them in that regard. Mr. Speaker, whereas Parliament is an institution, performs legislative, financial, legislative, deliberative, representational, and oversight roles. Such much more is expected from the minority group in Parliament, beyond the requirement that the minority proves to the people that they are trusted alternative to the government of the day. It seems the oversight role of Parliament is reserved to the minority. It is the members of Parliament from the minority side that often questions the acts and omissions of the government of the day. It is the same members of Parliament from the minority side that raises critical issues, demand answers, and hold the government accountable. This is certainly a big task for members of Parliament on the minority side. The minority therefore requires the assistance and the cooperation of the civil society organizations, the academia, professional bodies, trade unions, students, and indeed each and every Ghanaian to enable it to hold the government accountable. It is through this that we can all enjoy the fruits of our parliamentary democracy. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Ghana's 30 years of stable parliamentary democracy, it is important to reflect on some of the issues that has resulted in the death of the first 3 republics. First, it has been suggested by the people behind the 1966 overthrow of the Nkrumah government that Nkrumah's government was abusive and corrupt, and that he failed to adhere to democratic principles. I do not intend to refute or assert to these allegations. I only seek to remind myself and all other politicians that any party in power should endeavor not to engage in an act that will suggest that to our people that we are abusive, corrupt, and undemocratic. Mr. Speaker, permit me to briefly comment on the issues that suggested to have provoked the overthrow of Prime Minister Buzier's government, the Progress Party, in 1972. Buzia's government is said to have inherited $580 million in debt, representing 25% of our GDP in 1969. By 1971, the $580 million has increased by $72 million in accrued interest payment and $296 million in short-term commercial credit. This led to economic difficulties which compelled Prime Minister Buzia to recommend to IMF and for IMF to introduce austerity measures that led to freeze in wages, increase in taxes, currency devaluation, and rising import prices. This led to protests, particularly by Trade Union Congress. Mr. Speaker, the army moved to occupy the TUC headquarters and block the roads. Mr. Speaker, the rest is history. Mr. Speaker, let us reflect on these allegations of the masterminds of the coup that saw the overthrow of Nkrumah's government in 1966 and the Buzia government in 1972. In our reflection, Mr. Speaker, let us be mindful of our current economic challenges and work towards a common goal to address what is before us. Nobody can benefit when the economy collapses. We cannot also sit unconcerned. Mr. Speaker, we can also not underestimate the reaction of our people. If we fail, the people of Ghana has failed. Mr. Speaker, I believe there's a good reason for which our laws change the designation from opposition to minority. Both sides have a stake in ensuring good governance in the history of our country. Again, Mr. Speaker, for the common good of our people, we are in this business of governance together. The people that we represent expect more from us, and we cannot afford to fail them. We take stock of the successes and challenges we have over the years been able to achieve as a country. Let us continue to cherish our parliamentary democracy and work together to build a strong parliament. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Long live the Fourth Republic, long live Parliament, and long live Ghana, for we have come from far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, the Minority Leader, the Honorable Atu-Forson, for his speech. The thing about parliamentary democracy is that we talk. That's why Parliament has a deliberative duty. And on that note, may I now call on the Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu, the Majority Leader, to also give us his remarks.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Chief of Staff, the penultimate and anti-penultimate Speakers of Parliament, the representative of the Chairman of the Council of State, the First and Second Deputy Speakers, the Minority Leader, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament and his staff, former clerks to Parliament hearing present, diplomatic corps, traditional rulers, the clergy, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker, permit me to join my colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader, to welcome our distinguished guests to this auspicious occasion to mark a year-long celebration of the continuous sustenance of our parliamentary democracy under the Fourth Republic. And Mr. Speaker, permit me to share an observation that I have made. This morning's event involves an informal seating arrangement. The rules have been relaxed to enable senior staff to assume seats otherwise reserved for members of parliament. Those of them who have taken advantage of this relaxation have all come to sit on the seats reserved for the majority members. Life indeed must be much better on the right-hand side of God the Father. In this case, the Speaker of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on 28th April 1992, we, the Ghanaian people, carved for ourselves a new constitutional order and declared our vision in the preamble of the 1992 Constitution that, and I quote, "We the people of Ghana shall, in exercise of our natural and inalienable right to establish a framework of government, we shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity, and further affirmed our commitment to freedom, justice, probity, and accountability," unquote. This declaration subsequently gave birth to the establishment of our parliamentary democracy on the 7th of January 1993. Though many were uncertain about the future, we resolved to journey on, hoping that with the special grace of the Almighty God, we shall reach our desired destination. This year, we have chalked 30 years on that path. Even though the 30 years of our parliamentary democracy is relatively young as compared to other jurisdictions, such as the United Kingdom and the United States of America, which have practiced their democracy over 200 years, it is worthwhile to pause, reflect, and celebrate. The Fourth Republic did not come to us on a silver platter. Ghanaians of all shades and persuasions struggled for it after several years of military rule. The governance of military regimes, we must all admit, has not yielded much tangible development to the citizens in any part of the world. In countries where military regimes have been lauded as liberators, redeemers, defenders, and that is whether or not they are provisional or transitional, the consequences of their misrule, violation of individual freedoms, and abuse of human rights in totality far outweigh their achievements. The Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we play ostriches if we claim that the justifications, real or imaginary, for which military juntas intervene in the governance of this country have been totally eradicated. Neither can we also claim that our aspirations, as enshrined in the 1992 Constitution, have been achieved in their entirety. However, we have major achievements to show. Mr. Speaker, our country, 30 years into the Fourth Republic, is still struggling with issues of poverty, youth unemployment, chieftaincy conflicts, economic hardships, vigilantism, insecurity of all forms, and corruption in public life. Yet we can also not claim that attempts have not been made by the political leadership in the 30 years of our democratic dispensation under the Fourth Republic to address many of these issues. We have established institutions and also provided mechanisms to deliver public goods to our people. The 1992 Republican Constitution has no doubt served some good in the last 3 decades. I must, however, admit that some assumptions underpinning some of the provisions no longer hold or are not supported by current socio-political realities. This underlies the call by various stakeholders for a review of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it is time to re-engineer our constitutional architecture to conform to today's realities. We need a constitutional order that frowns upon winner-takes-all syndrome and promotes collaboration, collectiveness, and consensus building in decision-making at all levels of governance. We need a new constitutional order that will ensure gender equity, and in many respects, equality to promote real development. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the IPU, has resolved that by 2025, all parliaments in the world must comprise of at least 30% women representation. The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, has adopted a similar position since last year. How prepared is the Parliament of Ghana to align without the relevant amendment to the Constitution? We need a constitutional order that will mitigate the winner-takes-all and prevent the do-or-die combat associated with our elections. We need a new constitutional order that will prevent the constant increase in the number of seats in Parliament. We need a new constitutional order that will put a cap in the number of ministers of state. A new order that will ensure that the Speaker of Parliament is a serving member of Parliament and that the Parliament of Ghana does not remain as one of only 9 parliaments in the world whose speakers are not members of Parliament. We need a new constitutional order that will accord Parliament the financial independence that is required to enable Parliament to stand on its own feet. A new constitutional arrangement that will liberate Parliament to perform its legislative functions without impediments, intended or unintended. Mr. Speaker, we need a new constitutional order that will give birth to an economic paradigm which will engender wealth creation, entrepreneurial spirit, and talent development, as well as jobs for our people, especially the youth, with the active partnership of Parliament. A new constitutional order that would remodel the composition of the NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission, to purge it of the overly partisan coloration and populate it with neutral citizens who develop a real long-term national development plan around which the parties would extract their manifestos and therefore ensure that succeeding administrations continue the programs and projects started by their predecessors in order to prevent the wanton dissipation of the scanty resources of this country. A new constitutional order where the Auditor General will respect the fact that he is a tool for Parliament in the performance of its functions, the oversight functions, and therefore cannot unilaterally exact and prosecute surcharges, and even before submitting his reports to Parliament, find a way to leak the recommendations to the general public. A new constitutional order where assets declared by public servants can be traced and tracked by the Auditor General for purposes of tax compliance, and not to encourage a system where public servants declare their assets that they do not have, but assets that they aspire to have. A new constitutional order that will better define the role of the Council of State. Should it be transformed into a second chamber? Should the composition be made much more democratic? A new constitutional order where the appointments of officers of the constitutional creatures, in particular the Electoral Commission, SHRAG, NCC, Media Commission, would be subjected to the prior approval of Parliament, perhaps using absolute and not simple majority. A new constitutional order where there will be no place for public tribunals. A new order where the qualification criteria to the apex courts of the land will be enhanced, and there will be a cap on the number of justices to the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, a new constitutional order that will bring greater clarity to the emoluments of Article 71 office bearers. A new order that will make the amendment processes and procedures less cumbersome and less expensive. A new constitutional order that shall place national and human development at the center of a sustainable development agenda. Mr. Speaker, elections form the foundation of our parliamentary democracy, as it gives us the right to elect representatives and to demand accountability and better serve the interests of the people. Unfortunately, what is supposed to be a peaceful process has become very acrimonious and influenced by monetization, threatening the very foundation of our democracy. This phenomenon has led to a high attrition of experienced hands in Parliament. The political parties must help to cure this mischief. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we must continuously reassure ourselves that with hard work and dedication, we shall attain our shared vision of securing prosperity for all as a nation. Recent adventurism of security forces into governance of some countries within the sub-region should signal to us that our current achievements do not make our beloved country immune to military interference in the political governance of this country. This can only be achieved if we are able to assure the citizenry of the dividends in democratic governance. The Ghanaian people should not be allowed to lose faith and trust in democracy. The sustenance of our parliamentary democracy requires continuous education or public awareness of its significance to sustainable development of our nation. Citizens, particularly the younger generation, must have sufficient knowledge about the history of political governance of this country and why the forebears of the Fourth Republic have chosen the path of constitutional rule and not otherwise. Our institutions of governance must also deepen citizens' understanding of their mandate in order to court the support of Ghanaian people in the discharge of their mandate. Parliament, Mr. Speaker, has already begun strengthening its public engagement in a bid to bring it closer to the people and has actually been recognized as the highest-ranked open parliament in sub-Sahara Africa. Our educational institutions must teach our younger generations the values and ideals of our democracy to be patriotic citizens and encourage them to live it. The role of Parliament and the functions of parliamentarians, including representation, deliberation, information dissemination, legislation, financial control, or the power of the purse function, oversight, ratification of agreements, including loans, must be highlighted and explained continuously to disabuse the minds of our citizens that members of Parliament can't do everything under the sun. And that certainly would encourage the cultivation of career members of Parliament, not members who would want to enter Parliament with a singular aim of using Parliament as a stepping stone to gain entry into the executive. Whilst we are at this, Mr. Speaker, it is important to admit some of the defects in our performance are attributable to self-inflicted impositions contained in our standing orders. We have, over the past 20 years, been working on a review process. The time has arrived for us, as we celebrate 30 years, to bring the review exercise to a conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the forebears of the Fourth Republic, civil society organizations, media, the ordinary Ghanaian who bequeath to us the current political dispensation. I want to use this occasion to offer special commendations to all our presidents of the Fourth Republic, all the speakers of the Parliament, including the pioneer speaker, Right Honorable Justice D.F. Annan, who walked a very tight rope to navigate Parliament onto the path of real parliamentary democracy. Right Honorable Peter Lajete, who purposed to expand the frontiers of parliamentary democracy. The Honorable Right Honorable Bejina Sechi Hughes contributed his quota. Also was Right Honorable Justice Adeline Bamfo Addo and the Right Honorable Edward Doe Ajaho, Right Honorable Professor Mike Okwe. Must also commend the efforts of former and current leaders of the House and also former and current members of Parliament who have all sacrificed for the growth of our parliamentary democracy. Mr. Speaker, you would notice that I have deliberately elected not to engage in revisionism of our political history. This review will be better captured by experts in the field. The Speaker, as we celebrate our 30 years, I want to urge my fellow Ghanaians not to falter in their faith in our current democratic order, but to work towards its sustenance and improvement to bring meaning to the preamble of the Constitution that indeed, and I'm quoting once again, have established a framework of government which has secured for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity and prosperity, whilst ensuring unity and stability for our nation. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make her bold and strong. God bless us all, Mr. Speaker. I thank all of us.
The Honourable Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, Majority Leader, with those remarks. The Speaker, may I respectfully also acknowledge all the unsung heroes, including all the members of the Parliamentary Press Corps, for their dedicated service to us over the past 30 years. Throughout the journeys they have been with Parliament, and they remain the wind beneath Parliament's wings, and we are grateful to and for them. The Right Honourable Peter Alajete said to my hearing that if you think that democracy is expensive, you want to try the alternative, and then you'll find out what the real meaning of expensive is. When we talk about the Fourth Republican Parliament, one of the things we talk about is military interventions. And indeed, we had 3 military interventions of constitutionally elected government and then one of a military government. But in 1993, Ghana said, not anymore. And we've had very good collaborations with the security forces. And today we are very proud to have the military band with us. And it is because of this pride that I now invite the military band to give us an interlude. the military band with Wonsum, and then Niha Nibibi Disohia or something like that. That there is dignity in hard work, more or less. Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, Right Honourable. The universe knew what it was doing on that fateful day on the 7th. We didn't expect what we had, but are we grateful to God because of the many lessons that we've learned, that our democracy is robust and can withstand anything that will be thrown to us, because we as a people are committed to ensuring that what we have gained will be built upon. The Right Honourable Speaker joined Parliament in 1993. He was part of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th Parliament. And he was retiring because he wanted to go and open an Institute of Parliamentary Studies. And he had asked me to do a documentary for him in that manner. I was dragging my feet and he would call and say, Kate, do the thing because I'm exiting. Little did he know that fate and the universe had other plans for him. So on the 7th, when he was finally elected as Speaker of Parliament, the universe had aligned the stars and good things were going to happen to Parliament. I had a written introduction of him, but I felt that this is a better introduction. And so please, with a rousing round of applause, let us, acknowledging the past speakers, welcome our current speaker, the Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, also called Father, oh Father.
Let me crave your indulgence to adopt the protocol that has been detailed out by the Clerk of Parliament in acknowledging everybody present here today. But permit me to at least appreciate and acknowledge the presence of a few that I think should be made clear to everybody that they have honored our invitation to be with us. I particularly want to acknowledge Nananom, Nimen, Namen, Namine for accepting to be present here, and our elders, the members of the Council of Elders, the Council of State. The chair has graciously allowed 2 of the members to be present here today. Our own Honorable E.T. Mensah is leading the 2. I will also want to acknowledge the presence of the large team of the members of the Diplomatic Corps, and we are grateful for their presence here. And also the Chief of Defense Staff and commanders of the Ghana Armed Forces, particularly the band who has given us this rather very patriotic and memorable music and songs. Our distinguished invited guests all present, our own hardworking, sacrificial members of the Parliamentary Press Corps, and definitely I acknowledge all of you present here. It is with joy, really, and a great sense of fulfillment that I stand here today with the support of all of you, the elected representatives of our dear country, to launch the 30th anniversary of parliamentary democracy in Ghana under the Fourth Republic. We are this year observing the combined 30th anniversary of our Constitution, our Parliament, and our Fourth Republic. We tried to observe the Silver Jubilee 5 years ago, but it was not that much pronounced. We can't afford to lose this opportunity. Dare I say that there is a fourth 30th anniversary that will also celebrate this year. And that is the 30th anniversary of my good self, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin in Parliament. On the 7th of January 1993, I found myself here in Parliament. That time, at the International Conference Center. And I entered with Honorable Cletus Avoka. And also Honorable Collins Dowda. They are the senior members of the group we call We Shall Return. I will acknowledge appropriately when I get to the Right Honorable Do Ajahu, who also entered on the 7th of January 1993. Ghana is blessed. A full Republican Parliament is blessed. And my good self is more than blessed. And I'm grateful to the Almighty God for my life and for seeing me through up to date. I am also grateful to the people of the Nadoli Kaleo constituency who kept on voting for me. They had faith and trust in me to represent them for 28 good years in this parliament as their representative. I do so to the Upper West region and more importantly to all the members of parliament from the 7th of January 1993 to date for your friendship, for your companionship, and for your love. I am extremely grateful. It is always good to recognize and celebrate achievements. As has been said, it serves as a tonic for revitalization and refocusing. As Therese Deal, the American author, said, and I quote, "Celebrations infuse life with passion and purpose. They summon the human spirit." And it's with this I launch today's anniversary celebration. I launched this anniversary with immense gratitude to the patriotic citizens of this country, both departed and alive, because they made various sacrifices in order to birth our current democratic dispensation. They were the members of the Constituent Assembly who put together our Constitution. You all recall our late former President, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, together with members of the Provisional National Defense Council, which he led, whose commitment and steer proved invaluable contributions to the introduction of the Fourth Republic. So were there many other ardents of democracy of different political persuasions. Too many to mention, but it's important for this purpose to mention the late Professor Adu Boahen. And you know the role he played to see us as far as this. You were told that our current president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, entered this parliament in 1997. I was then the chairman of the Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, and he was my ranking member from 1997 to 2000. Our former president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, entered also in 1997. And in 2001, he happened to be in opposition with me, and he became the ranking member for communication through my leadership as the then minority leader. I'm happy many of my strengths are here today as members of parliament. If you read the Hansard, you see copious testimonies of members present here of the efforts are made in grooming them to be members of parliament. And so I am forever grateful to the Almighty God for making me what I am today. To most of you today, the Fourth Republic remains very dear, and rightly so. How we got here is history to you. In 1960, we jettisoned the 1957 Constitution, which was fashioned according to the Westminster model of parliamentary practice. It's important for you to know that when that Constitution was imposed on us by Great Britain, our first Prime Minister, who also became our first President, said it was better for us to take it. When we become independent, then we'll know how to improve upon it. So he received it, we got independence, and it was amended, and we got the first Republican Constitution in 1960. We adopted it on the 1st of July, 1960. We then had military interruption between 1966 and 1969. The Second Republic, which was ushered in 1969, also got interrupted. That subsequently paved way for the Third Republic in 1979. Between 79 and 81, as a strength leader, I used to sometimes participate at the public gallery, was driving his father. In 1981, that was also truncated until 1992, when we had our fourth Republican Constitution adopted through a referendum. This has actually been a journey of vicissitudes toward the peaceful democracy that we enjoy today. Honorable members, compatriots, fellow Ghanaians, we should not take this achievement for granted. The theme for the 30th anniversary celebration is 30 years of parliamentary democracy in the Fourth Republic, the journey thus far. We have set up a planning committee chaired by our distinguished Member of Parliament for Abuakwa South, Honorable Samuel Atachia, to help us navigate through the celebrations. The activities of the committee will be coordinated by the Clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng Insia. I want to urge all of you to reflect on the theme as the program of activities for the celebration unfolds. I am confident that we will participate fully in all the activities, and I expect to see all of you participate fully in all the activities. The year-long celebration will zone the country into six regions, not the 16 regions. And programs will be planned to suit the peculiarities of each of the 6 zones. There will be such regional activities as public forums, mock parliaments, football matches, and health walks. At the national level, there will again be public forums and football matches, as well as lectures. There will be a documentary on the history of Parliament in Ghana, not only the Fourth Republic. We want to take you backwards to know that some of the things we are doing today were done before. We are not reinventing the wheel. We will also organize award ceremonies for those who have made significant contributions to Ghana's 30 years of parliamentary democracy in the Fourth Republic. And definitely, being a spiritual nation, we have planned a prayer and thanksgiving service. A few legacy products or projects have also been planned, such as cutting the sword for the building of what we are describing as Democracy House. We need to inculcate the culture of democracy. And these are some of the physical structures that will keep on reminding everybody of the value of democracy. We intend to construct a bust to depict African democracy. The ceremonial gate of Parliament will also be reconstructed. Parliament is working on a funding model that will rely on its strategic partnerships to deliver these legacy projects, not public money. We will not depend on government because we know how we are all struggling to keep things going. It is also proposed to have some former speakers of parliament and former members of parliament participate in what we are describing as a mock parliament, which will be dubbed Parliament in Reminiscence. It will be an opportunity for former speakers and former members of parliament to share experiences during their time in office. I can still recall vividly how we paid 20 old cedis. 20 old cedis as stipends for what today you call salaries in the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic. It will be an opportunity also for us to broadcast on television another documentary of the history, detailed history of the journey thus far. This is meant to educate the public on the mandate of Parliament and the parliamentary service. Many do not know that we have a peculiar type of parliament in Ghana, where for the first time I've heard a board having only 6 members, chaired by the Speaker as the 6th member. And that board is meant for only the parliamentary service, and is also meant to provide welfare services to members of Parliament. The institution of Parliament itself has no governing body except the Speaker. That is too autocratic, and I don't think we should leave that kind of power in the hands of one person. As to the issue of whether he should be a member of Parliament or a non-member of Parliament, it's left to you to judge after seeing the performance of my colleagues this morning before you. I have been in and out, like the majority leader, minority leader for 8 years, majority leader for 5 years. He has passed my 5 years as majority leader. At the end of the day, you will see whether a member of Parliament can hold a balance of a hung Parliament that we have today. And don't forget that by our Constitution, we can have a Parliament with a minority president. And we can have an independent president in this country, with different parties constituting Parliament. And then one of the members of Parliament is a Speaker. Reflect on that. During this celebration, we also intend to highlight the role and contribution of women since the inception of the Fourth Republic. But I want, during that period, to draw the attention of Ghanaians to the role women played before and after independence. Many of you don't know that the first lady to go to school, came from Keita, and that was the daughter of a catechist. I'm not a historian, but I read this in books. I must say that I'm impressed with the preliminary work of the committee so far. In due course, the whole work will be unveiled to all of you. Let me say we cannot launch the 30th anniversary of parliamentary democracy in Ghana without paying tribute to the past speakers of the Fourth Republic who have been pivotal in strengthening the pillars of democracy through their contributions and sacrifices. I want to mention, like the majority leader did, these speakers who must be celebrated. I have worked with all of them, just like how I've worked with all the presidents. The Right Honorable Daniel Francis Annan, the late Justice of the Court of Appeal, who was then the highest court in the country, the pioneering Speaker of the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic. He's the only one who has succeeded in serving 2 terms as a Speaker, from 7 January 1993 to 6th January 2001. The others, the presidents will not allow them to go more than that. And so it is not only high attrition of members of Parliament, but also of speakers. He did very, very well to lay a solid foundation. And the Right Honorable Justice Daniel Francis Annan could allow a member of Parliament to debate and make submissions for 2 days. And our late illustrious J.H. Mensah was one that could be mentioned. 2 days, he was making his submissions. That is how patient Justice Annan was. Then we had my father, the Right Honorable Peter Alajete, the towering figure who was one time the president of the Bar Association and the president of the African Bar Association. We served as the Speaker from the 7th January 2001 to 6th January 2005. I'm sure you understand why I fought for him to continue. In practice, we had a number of cases together, and he was my father, and his son, lawyer Larry Ajete, partnered me to establish the Law Trust Company. Some of you came through it as my pupils after you completed your law course. You are here now as leaders. We can also talk about Right Honorable Ebenezer Bejina Sechi Hughes. It was during his time I coined the term the Left Honorable Speaker, which was a reference to the wife of the Speaker. Once the Speaker was the Right Honorable, the Left Honorable was the wife. And we were very close. We did so many things together. And he was Speaker from the 7th January 2005 to the 6th of January 2009. He managed to calm the waters. He managed to try to strengthen the parliamentary service. And he did a lot for only 4 years. Then after him came the Right Honorable Justice Joyce Adelaide Bamford Addo, the first woman Speaker. Motherly, well-groomed, spoke a few words, and was very respected by the House. Anyway, that time, the House usually was full of more senior elderly people than today. We have more of young hands today than before. So you must understand the vitality of today's Parliament. She did a lot. She brought to bear her experience at the Supreme Court. Don't forget, she acted once as the Chief Justice of this country. And so she did a lot of juristic work for this House. And we need to commend them. Then my colleague, who entered Parliament at the same time with me, the Right Honorable Edward Kobla Do Ajahu, took over on the 7th of January 2013 to the 6th of January 2017. We came together as young lawyers on the 7th of January 1993, and we followed each other until I became the minority leader and he was my chief whip. And then in 2005, when I continued, he became my deputy. So he was the deputy minority leader 2005 to 2009. So he became the speaker before I arrived. That is how life is. And I think that when I made the statement that when one door is closed, don't be looking at that closed door. More doors are opened. And many of those doors that are opened are better and higher than the one that is closed. I won't say this again. My immediate predecessor, the Right Honorable Professor Aaron Mike Okwe, who took over as a Speaker of Parliament on the 7th of January 2017, and who surprisingly, miraculously has succeeded on the 7th of January 2021, after on the 4th of January 2021, I had gone to bid him goodbye. And he gave me his blessings, and I told him I was going to establish my Institute of Parliamentary Studies, and I'll be inviting him to support me. Later did I know that I was to supplant him. Just 3 days after our conversation, he actually taught us, he lectured us in the second parliament as part of civil society at many of our workshops. Coming from Legon, you know, he headed the Department of Political Science, and he used to be a consultant to the Institute of Economic Affairs. Those days, there were not many think tanks. The CDD joined later, which was called then, it was not CDD, it was a Commission on Democracy and Development. Now is Commission for Democratic, Center for Democratic Development. So he did a lot to groom the early birds of the Fourth Republic. That is my lecturer, my teacher, my former speaker, Right Honorable Professor Aaron Mike Okwe, who is now having a chair at the Institute of Economic Affairs, continuing with his writing, publications, and his tutorship. Prof, congratulations. Now, you see the make of yours truly. Yours truly, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, is the product of all this. And so many of the things that trouble you, they don't trouble me at all. I've seen it all. I've seen the ups and the downs. I've seen people weep and the tears turn to joy. And so when you come complaining about what is happening, I say, please, with God on your side, you smile at the storm. And let me take this opportunity to remind all of you of the fact that our dear nation has accepted to host the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Conference this year in Accra. Don't forget, I am the president of the over 180 parliaments in the Commonwealth. And the majority leader is the vice chairman of the Executive Committee of this great association. His Excellency the President is the vice patron. The patron is now King Charles, after our Queen decided to leave us in peace. We now don't talk about the Queen, we now talk about the King. Once we are hosting it in Ghana, the President automatically, by our constitutional provision, becomes the vice patron. This is a very important conference and gives us the opportunity not only to continue the celebration of the 30th anniversary, but also to market our country. It gives us the opportunity to turn things around, not only in terms of democracy, but also in terms of our economy. You cannot be politically free when you are economically dependent. And so Africa should stop deceiving itself that we are politically free. We are not. We are both politically and economically dependent. We have to fight for the freedom of both. The tentative date for the conference is from the 30th of August to the 6th of September 2023. Selecting Ghana to host this prestigious conference in itself is an honor, and that was done before I became Speaker, and it was done by the Right Honourable Professor Mike Okwe. Thank you for your foresight. Beyond that, it is also proof of how the world sees and rates our parliamentary democracy. They say we are a model democracy in Africa. And that is why I sometimes have to go harsh on members, because I don't want us to derail from that rather very inspiring and positive tag that has been given us. My attention has just been drawn that I stated that the date is from 30th August to 6th September 2023. I think I got that wrong. It is 30th September to 6th October 2023. We have indeed come very far as a democratic country. We should keep this in mind as we prepare to host the conference in Accra. Let us all put our A game on display in whatever role we are assigned, so that at the end of the day, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Conference in Accra will leave lasting memories in the minds of participants. It's with this, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I want to conclude by drawing your attention once more to the fact that Ghana has had 8 successive elections and 4 government changeovers between 2 major political parties. We say multi-party democracy. We don't say a duopoly. And so we have to look at how come that we have gone down from multi-party to a duopoly. We have to look at it. On account of that, we can confidently say that we are now consummating our democratic dispensation. But by this time, we should have consolidated and now moving towards entrenching democracy in Ghana. But with all these changeovers, takeovers, and the rest, we are still struggling to consolidate democracy. And so that when you send somebody to go and buy something for you, and the person comes back and you ask for the balance or change, the person gets angry. That is undemocratic. Even God, who created us, told us that at the end of the day, He will call us to account for our lives. When you ask anybody in position to account, you become an enemy. That is not democratic culture. And Ghanaians must learn to depart from it. In spite of so many elections, in spite of the successful government changeovers, there's still a lot of work to be done. We must focus on strengthening our democratic institutions, and we must focus on getting the right human resource to lead the country. You can keep on changing your constitutions. You can take whatever concept of governance you want. But if you don't get the right human resource correct, you can never develop your society. I believe in this state, if they send us to Singapore, Singapore will become undeveloped. So the main focus of development is the human resource. And we must focus on the values and principles that will take us there. Please, monetization of politics must be tackled head on. And with this, honorable members, leaders of the House, clerk to Parliament, our distinguished invited guests, staff of the Parliamentary Service, I wish to, on your behalf, declare the 30th anniversary celebration of Ghana's parliamentary democracy duly launched. I thank all of you for coming.
The Right Honourable Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic, Member of Parliament 7 times in the 4th Republican Parliament, and now Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to also acknowledge the former clerks to Parliament. We've had the immediate past clerk, Mr. Emmanuel Kwesi-Medu. We've had Enos Kenneth Techi. We've had Rex Dankwa. We've had Mr. Dakwa. And I think that's all. And now, of course, we have the clerk to Parliament, and the clerk to Parliament is looking at me in indignation. Can't you not remember all your clerks? No, I can't. So may I now, as we bring proceedings to a close, ask the chairman of the Planning Committee of the 30th anniversary and MP and also former Minister, the Honourable Samuel Atechia, to give us the vote of thanks.
Right Honourable Speaker, I also spared this good gathering the monotony of repetition and rest on existing protocols. Right Honourable Speaker, I must say today I can't call you Papa, but you look like a king in your palace. Right Honourable Speaker, somebody just asked me what's the significance of 30 years of democratic practice, and he's a member of Parliament. and he's also a lawyer. So I said, well, for a good measure, insofar as we don't have extrajudicial killings, we have a cause to celebrate. That at the end of the day, nobody will die for any criminal offense unless he's arraigned before a court of competent jurisdiction with the right to counsel, and then evidence is adduced before a sentence is pronounced. And that is a cause to enjoy. Democracy is all about people, and at the center of this undertaking are the politicians. Now, what is very important is that a great man of this land has defined the qualification of a politician. Reverend Speaker, I want to quote, with your kind permission, the wisdom of Professor Kofi Abrefa-Buzia, the Prime Minister of the Second Republic, on who a politician is and what a politician should expect. I quote with respect. If you enter politics and ask me what qualification is needed for a politician in this country today, I will say this. You will not make a success of it unless you have a large capacity to stomach nonsense. You must not think that the more you give, the more loyalty and gratitude you will get. You won't. Anyone who enters public life must know that he's going to a place where a strange master called opinion is the most unkind of all masters. You would be made to do things you have not done. You'll be made a thief and a murderer, a miser, or anything. If you are going into politics, you must be prepared to be wounded, unquote. Honorable Speaker, our constitutional journey does not compare with what the United States of America has had, because the Constitution of the United States of America, order. The Constitution of the United Colleagues, this is an informal sitting. That's why I'm taking liberties. Some 236 years ago, the American Constitution was written and applied. Ours is just 30 years. So as you can see, we are in the infant stage. I have to thank Honorable Speaker and the leadership who agree with us as a committee that we should do serious education on this important occasion. And I'd like to quote a gentleman called John Dewey in his book, The Middle Works. This is what he said. Democracy has to be born anew every generation, and education is its midwife. So the committee intends, and with your participation, that a lot of education will be done within 1 year. So we come to terms with what we call parliamentary democracy. And it will be also in the local languages. I cannot say thank you on this very important occasion without acknowledging very important contributions from the good people of this House. First of all, Right Honourable Speaker, your input in the way the program is going is very much welcome. Again, I'll turn to the Majority Leader. We really thank you for your input as well. I call him the Ancient of Days, and don't take his wisdom for granted. The First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Joe Oseusu has been very resourceful in terms of the program ahead of us. I call him the wisdom man. And then the second Deputy Speaker, Honorable Andrew Asiama Amoako, is our good friend and continue to give us your help in terms of the program rollout. This is the gentleman I've called the stone that the builders refused. Now, with the help of the Ancient of Days, as I've said already, Honorable Osei Mensa Bonsu, Dr. Atuforsin, the young politician who is making his debut as a minority leader, has equally been very helpful. And for the first time, we have all converged as Democrats and not politicians. And I thank you for your help. The rest of you, the great. Okay. The rest of us, the members of this august house, we thank you for even coming to grace this occasion. But what is very significant is that we'll be coming to where you are, and we expect you to really organize well when we do educational programs and the rest of it. So right now, Honorable Speaker, and as well as the staff, I have to acknowledge the work of the Clerk of Parliament and the rest of it. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. I believe this moment is tectonic because we are making a very, very, very powerful progress into the future. And it's democracy that is going to win and not autocracy. I thank you for this moment.
And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that it's an absolute pleasure working with our chairman. He's very concise, he's straight to the point, and he leads us very well. So we are grateful, Mr. Chairman, for your kind leadership in the preparation of this beautiful launch and then the programs to subsequently take place. We are bringing proceedings to a close, Mr. Speaker, and as is our custom here in Parliament, we will close with a Muslim prayer. May I respectfully invite the Honorable Habib Idrisu, who is the first Deputy Majority Chief Whip, to give us the closing prayer.
Oh, Islamic. For the record, Mr. Speaker, if next time, maybe if I'm called to give a Muslim prayer, it should be acknowledged that I am an Alhaji to qualify it more. So it should read Honorable Alhaji Habib Idris. Let's be in a prayer mood. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Almighty God, we started this meeting with you and we are closing with you. We thank you for allowing us to have a successful meeting in celebrating our 30th parliamentary democracy. We thank you so much for making it successful. Almighty God, we thank and pray that through our prayers, you let our dignitaries, invited guests, and members of Parliament reach our destinations in the name of God. Kul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yu'lad, wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. I enjoy being the only Muslim in the leadership of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alhaji Habib Idrisi. Honorable members, as we bring proceedings to a close, we will have honorable members, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we will have a group photograph with Mr. Speaker and his guests at the Speaker's lobby. And then Mr. Speaker will proceed to the 12th floor together with members of the Diplomatic Corps and his guests. The rest of us, we will be interacting on this floor. So Mr. Speaker and the Diplomatic Corps and his guests will retire to the Speaker's Lounge on the 12th floor of Job 600. The rest of us will stay on this floor and interact and make merry. And Mr. Speaker said I should inform all of us that today we are not having any further sitting. We will meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. And so thank you all for coming. God bless Ghana and God bless us all. Mr. Speaker will leave first. Honourable members, we will wait while Mr. Speaker and the entourage leave. Please, let's remain in our seats while in our various spots while Mr. Speaker and his delegation leaves.
When I met Das God, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Das God.
Did you actually quit your job?
Yes, so at a point,
full-time on Das God?
At a point I did. I had to. I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like, he knows that at the time, like, I was working with a lot of brands at that time. Everything we did back then was for free, you know, so it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out.
The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. When the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase for the celebration.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
All these things where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it.
No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, you know, be responsible for them.
I think she's very malicious, and whatever vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, what she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with her money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wants it?
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
me.
Obek canopre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like it. £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.